welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, it was supposed to be a simple repair. The closet door had been stuck for weeks, swollen from humidity, but when I finally yanked it open, my breath caught. Behind the hangers and coats, there was another doorway. A hallway stretching forward, lined with wallpaper I didn't recognize. The air inside smelled like old fabric and something faintly floral, like forgotten perfume. My fingers trembled as I reached forward, and then somewhere deep in the darkness, a floorboard creaked. I pulled my hand back instinctively, heart hammering against my ribs. The logical part of my brain insisted this was impossible. Closets don't connect to hallways, especially not in modest apartments like mine. Yet there it was undeniable, solid, real. I pushed aside the hanging clothes for a better view. The wallpaper featured a faded pattern of intertwining vines and small birds I couldn't identify. It looked worn, the kind of design no one had used for decades. A soft glow illuminated the hallway, though I couldn't see any light fixtures. The wooden floor extended into darkness, each plank worn smooth by countless footsteps that weren't mine. "Hello," I called out, my voice smaller than intended. The hallway seemed to absorb the sound. No echo returned. I should have closed the door immediately. I should have called someone, anyone. Instead, I found myself reaching for my phone, switching on its flashlight and stepping forward. The floorboard beneath my foot groaned but held firm. The air tasted different here, drier, with an undertone of something metallic. As I moved deeper into the hallway, the closet door behind me remained visible, a rectangle of familiar reality. The walls on either side were lined with framed photographs, their surfaces reflecting my flashlight beam. I approached the nearest one and felt a chill spread across my skin. The photograph showed a family mother, father, child posed stiffly in outdated clothing. Their faces were blurred, not from motion or poor photography, but as if someone had deliberately smudged their features. I moved to the next frame. Another family, different poses, same blur where facial features should be. My phone buzzed in my hand, startling me. The screen displayed no calls or messages, yet it vibrated again, a pattern like Morse code I couldn't decipher. When the flashlight flickered, I quickly turned back toward my closet. It was gone. Where the door had been, the hallway now curved gently, continuing onward. Panic surged through me as I rushed back, running my hands along the wallpaper where the exit should have been. Nothing but solid wall greeted my touch. The wallpaper felt wrong, slightly warm, almost like skin. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself. "This isn't happening." My phone buzzed again, more insistently. When I looked down, the screen displayed a message from an unknown number. No words, just a series of numbers, 7291. As I stared at them, my phone died, plunging me into semi-darkness. The hallway wasn't completely dark, though. That same ambient glow remained, enough to see the path ahead. With no way back, I continued forward, keeping one hand on the wall for guidance. The wallpaper texture changed subtly under my fingertips, sometimes smooth, sometimes rough, occasionally pulsing with what felt like a gentle heartbeat. I began documenting everything aloud, hoping my voice would ground me in reality. Hallway continues, temperature dropping, smell changing to something like wet earth. Floor feels different, harder, like stone now. Speaking made the experience more tangible, less dreamlike. The corridor widened into what appeared to be a sitting room. Vintage furniture arranged around a cold fireplace. A gramophone sat on a side table, its brass horn gleaming in the dim light. On the mantelpiece, more photographs with blurred faces watched me. A notebook lay open on an armchair, a fountain pen resting across its pages. I approached cautiously and peered at the handwriting. The script was elegant but erratic, growing more frenzied down the page. It's getting closer each night, moving things when I sleep, taking small objects at first, a button, a spoon, my wedding band. Now bigger things vanish. The bathroom mirror, the telephone, my memories. I found Alice's doll in the wall. I never had a daughter named Alice. I stepped back from the notebook, bumping into a small table. Something clattered to the floor, a key, old and brass, with intricate engravings along its shaft. As I bent to retrieve it, a sound froze me in place. Footsteps, soft but deliberate, moving somewhere above my head. The ceiling creaked in rhythmic patterns, someone walking, stopping, walking again directly over me. I pocketed the key and searched for stairs, finding a narrow staircase behind a partially open door. Each step protested under my weight as I ascended, the wood sighing like it recognized a stranger's tread. The second floor revealed a hallway similar to the first, but the wallpaper here depicted forests where the trees seemed to shift positions when viewed peripherally. 5 doors lined the corridor, all closed except one. The door at the far end stood ajar, a sliver of warmer light spilling onto the floor. The footsteps had stopped. I tried the first door on my left, locked. The brass key from downstairs fit perfectly in the keyhole, turning with a well-oiled click. Inside was a child's bedroom, preserved like a museum exhibit. A rocking horse stood motionless by the window. A music box sat open on the dresser, its ballerina frozen mid-pirouette. The bed was made with precision, but the pillow bore a depression, as if a head had recently rested there. On the nightstand sat a journal bound in red leather. When I opened it, most pages were blank except for the first, which contained a single line written in childish script. Someone's in my room at night, watching me breathe. A sharp, discordant note pierced the silence as the music box suddenly activated, its mechanism grinding out a distorted lullaby. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut behind me. The next door was already unlocked. Inside, a bathroom with fixtures from another era. The clawfoot tub was filled with water so still it resembled glass. Leaning over it, I saw no reflection, just endless depth, as if the tub extended downward forever. I noticed writing on the mirror, fog-drawn letters that became visible when I exhaled. We're still here. The third and fourth doors wouldn't open, no matter how I twisted the key or handle. But the fifth door, the one that had been ajar now, stood fully open. Beyond it was a master bedroom, dominated by a 4-poster bed. Sitting at the edge of the mattress was a figure with its back to me. It didn't move when I entered, didn't acknowledge my presence. Just sat perfectly still, shoulders slightly hunched, head bowed. I circled wide around it, trying to glimpse its face, but it turned away, maintaining its faceless presentation. "Who are you?" I asked. "What is this place?" The figure remained silent, but raised a hand slowly, pointing toward a wardrobe against the far wall. The gesture was unmistakable, an invitation, or perhaps a command. The wardrobe was tall, made of dark wood carved with symbols I didn't recognize. My hand trembled as I grasped the handle. When I pulled it open, I found not clothes hanging inside, but another doorway, another hallway, identical to the one I'd originally discovered in my closet. Turning back to question the figure, I found the bedroom empty. The impression on the bed where it had sat was the only evidence it had been there at all. With no other option apparent, I stepped into the wardrobe hallway. This corridor felt colder, the air heavier in my lungs. The photographs lining these walls showed people I recognized, my parents, friends, colleagues, all with the same facial blurring. The hallway ended at a door I instantly recognized, my closet door, viewed from the inside. Relief flooded through me as I rushed forward, yanking it open, stepping through into the familiar surroundings of my bedroom. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. My unmade bed, the coffee mug on the nightstand, the sound of rain against the window. I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, convincing myself it had been some kind of bizarre hallucination. Until I noticed the red leather journal on my pillow, the one from the child's room. I opened it with shaking hands, all pages still blank except for the first. But now, beneath the childish writing, was a new line in handwriting identical to mine. "Next time, stay longer. We've prepared a room for you." That night, I pushed a heavy dresser in front of my closet door. I took sleeping pills to quiet my racing mind. But in my dreams, I heard it, the sound of wood scraping against wood as the dresser moved inch by inch across the floor, the distinct creak of a closet door swinging open. And somewhere in the darkness beyond my eyelids, footsteps approaching my bed. In the morning, the dresser was back in its original position. The closet door stood wide open. Inside, past the hanging clothes, there was only the expected solid wall. But now, whenever I enter a room in my apartment, the layout seems subtly wrong. Doorways aren't quite where they should be. Hallways stretch longer than I remember. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch a whiff of something faintly floral, like forgotten perfume. I've started taking photographs of everything, documenting the changes. In each image, the background remains clear, but my face, only my face, appears blurred. I wonder whose home I'm living in now, and I wonder if, somewhere beyond that closet door, someone else is living in mine. Story 2, I had just finished grocery shopping, the trunk full of bags, when I noticed them. Handprints, small, smeared against the inside of my back window. My stomach twisted. I had locked the doors. The scent of stale air and something metallic filled my nose as I hesitated before opening the door. The back seat was empty, but on the leather, perfectly pressed into the seat, was the impression of someone sitting there. I ran my fingers over the indentation. The leather was still warm. My heart raced as I looked around the parking lot, rows of cars, shoppers pushing carts, normal life continuing while mine had just tilted sideways. I checked under the seats in the trunk again, searched every corner of my vehicle. Nothing, no one, but those handprints remained, smudged and small, like a child had pressed their palms against the glass. "Did you see anyone near my car?" I asked a woman loading groceries into her SUV. She shook her head without really looking, without really caring that my reality had just fractured. I took photos of the handprints with my phone, documenting what I knew would sound absurd when explained to someone else. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak in my apartment sent me bolt upright. I replayed the moment over and over, the shock of seeing those tiny handprints, the impression in the leather. The photos on my phone became my obsession. I zoomed in, searching for details, for fingerprints, for anything that might explain what happened. But the closer I looked, the more the images seemed to change. The handprints grew less distinct with each viewing, as if they were fading from digital memory, just as they had from my car window after I'd wiped them away. The next morning, rain fell in misty sheets. I hurried to my car, coffee clutched in one hand, keys in the other. The windshield was covered in condensation except for one clear patch where the glass had been wiped clean. A perfect circle, as if someone had pressed their face against it, looking in. My coffee slipped from my grip, splashing hot across my shoes, but I barely noticed the burn. Inside the car, the radio turned on by itself, static hissing between stations before settling on a frequency that played nothing but white noise and occasional fragments of what sounded like a child's laughter. I yanked the power button. The sound continued. I pulled the fuse from the dashboard. Still, the noise persisted, quieter now, as if coming from somewhere deeper within the vehicle. I began keeping a journal. Each morning, something would be different about my car. The seats adjusted slightly, the mirrors repositioned, the scent of bubblegum lingering when I knew I hadn't eaten any. Once I found a small toy soldier wedged between the seats, plastic, green, the kind I had played with as a child. I added it to a box where I was collecting evidence, alongside printouts of the fading handprint photos and recordings of the strange radio noises. Friends started avoiding me. "You look terrible," one said before declining my invitation to lunch. "Maybe you should talk to someone professional." But how could I explain this to a therapist, that my car had become haunted by what seemed to be a child who wasn't there, that my sleep had become so fractured I could no longer distinguish between dreams and waking reality? The woman appeared on a rainy evening as I sat in my parked car, watching the windshield wipers push water back and forth, hypnotized by their rhythm. She knocked on my window, her face partially obscured by a hood. When I rolled down the window, her eyes widened. "You see them too, don't you?" she whispered. "The children who aren't there." My throat closed up, I nodded. "They choose people," she continued, rain dripping from her hood. "People who can help them cross over. My son visited me for weeks before I understood what he needed." "What did he need?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the rain drumming on the roof. "A witness," she said simply, "someone to acknowledge what happened." She slipped a folded newspaper article through my window before walking away. I sat trembling as water soaked through my pants where the paper rested. When I finally opened it, I found a story about a crash not far from the grocery store parking lot. A school bus accident, multiple children. The ink had run from the rain, making it difficult to read all the details, but the image remained clear, a bus much like the ones I passed every day without a second thought. That night, my apartment felt colder than usual. The light seemed dimmer, and as I stood in my kitchen, I noticed handprints on the inside of my window, 30 floors up, where no living child could reach. The reality I had desperately clung to finally shattered completely. I returned to the site mentioned in the article, an ordinary stretch of road with a sharp curve. No memorial marked the spot, no flowers or teddy bears acknowledged the tragedy that had occurred. I stood in the rain, unsure what I was supposed to do, when I heard the sound of children laughing growing louder, then the screech of brakes, metal crushing, glass shattering. My hands flew to my ears but couldn't block out the sounds that weren't really there. "I see you," I whispered into the empty air. "I know what happened here." My voice carried no further than my lips, yet something in the atmosphere changed. The pressure shifted. The air grew warmer despite the rain. That evening back home, exhausted, I found my evidence box open on the kitchen table. The toy soldier was gone. The handprint photos had finally faded completely to black, but next to the box sat something new, a child's drawing of a bus, surrounded by stick figures holding hands. For weeks afterward, I returned to that curve in the road. I brought flowers. I spoke names I somehow knew without being told. I acknowledged a tragedy the world had moved on from too quickly. Each night, my apartment grew a little warmer, the shadows a little less threatening. The final visit came without warning. I woke to the sound of my front door opening, though the chain remained fastened. The patter of small feet crossed my living room floor. My bedroom door creaked open, and though I saw nothing in the darkness, I felt the edge of my mattress sink under a weight that shouldn't exist. A small, cold hand found mine, fingers intertwined with my own. A whispered thank you so faint I might have imagined it. Then the weight lifted, the cold hand withdrew. The presence that had followed me for weeks dissipated like morning fog under sunlight. The handprints never returned. The radio plays only music now. My car is just a car again. But sometimes when rain streaks the windows and the world grows quiet, I catch reflections in glass that shouldn't be their small faces, smiling, finally at peace. I still visit the curve in the road, bringing flowers, speaking names. I've become their witness, their keeper of memory. And when people ask why I bring flowers to an unmarked spot beside an ordinary road, I smile and say, for the children who aren't there. They nod politely and hurry past, eager to distance themselves from my apparent madness. But occasionally, someone will pause. Their eyes will widen in recognition, and I know they've seen the handprints too. Story 3, I had just gotten home, shaking off the cold and setting my keys on the counter when I heard it, the soft shuffle of movement. My heart pounded as I turned the corner, expecting, hoping to see nothing. But there he was, a man sitting in my living room chair staring at the blank TV screen. The scent of old wood and damp fabric filled the air. He didn't move, he didn't blink, he just sat there as if he had been waiting for me to notice him. My first instinct was to run, to scream, to call for help, but something kept me rooted to the spot. The stranger wore a dark gray suit, immaculately pressed, with a crimson tie that seemed to pulse against the monochrome fabric. His hair was slicked back, his skin pale, almost translucent in the dying light filtering through my curtains. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. He didn't respond. I reached behind me, fingers searching for something, anything I could use to defend myself. My hand closed around a heavy ceramic vase. "I'm calling the police," I said, my voice stronger now, fueled by adrenaline and fear. The stranger tilted his head just slightly, but still didn't turn to look at me. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. When he finally spoke, his voice was smooth, almost melodic, but with an undercurrent that sent shivers down my spine. "They won't see me," he said simply. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off him until I reached my phone on the kitchen counter. My fingers trembled as I dialed emergency services. The dispatcher answered, her voice calm and professional. I described the situation, my eyes still fixed on the stranger who hadn't moved from his position. When the police arrived, they searched every corner of my house. They found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. The female officer looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. Her partner suggested I might have been working too hard, that stress can play tricks on the mind. I nodded, apologized for wasting their resources, and showed them out. But I knew what I had seen. That night I triple-checked every lock, closed every curtain, and sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, a knife within reach. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house settling made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move with purpose. Morning came, and with it a sense of relief. Sunlight streamed through the windows, chasing away the darkness and the fear that had gripped me throughout the night. Perhaps the police were right. Perhaps it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. I made coffee strong and black, hoping to clear the fog of a sleepless night. As steam rose from the mug, I caught a whiff of something else, that same scent of old wood and damp fabric. My mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the floor, hot coffee splashing my legs. I barely felt it. Because there, reflected in the dark surface of my kitchen window, was the stranger, standing right behind me. I whirled around, nothing, empty space where a man should have been. But when I turned back to the window, his reflection remained, smiling now, watching me with eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. I reached out tentatively, my fingers stretching toward where he should have been standing. I felt nothing but cool air, yet in the reflection my hand passed through his chest. The stranger's smile widened. Over the next several days, I documented everything. I set up cameras, motion sensors, even spread flour on the floor one night to catch footprints. The cameras showed nothing. The sensors never triggered. The flour remained undisturbed, but I kept seeing him in reflections, in shadows, always just at the edge of perception. And he began to change, subtly at first. His suit darkened until it seemed to swallow light. His skin grew paler, his eyes darker. The crimson tie remained vibrant, a shock of color in an increasingly monochrome form. I found myself talking to him, not because I wanted to, but because the silence became unbearable. I asked questions he never answered. I demanded explanations he refused to give. I pleaded for him to leave. He only watched, always with that small, knowing smile. Sleep became a rare commodity. When exhaustion finally claimed me, I dreamed of corridors that stretched endlessly, of doors that opened onto more doors, and of the stranger always ahead of me, just turning a corner, just slipping through a doorway. I began to notice other changes. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Not dramatically, a book shifted an inch to the left, a picture frame slightly askew, my keys on the wrong hook. Small changes, easily dismissed by anyone else, but I knew. The walls of my home felt different under my fingertips. A subtle vibration, a warmth that hadn't been there before. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent that now permeated everything I owned. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls, stopped leaving the house. My only focus became documenting, understanding, solving this intrusion into my life. I covered mirrors with sheets, taped over reflective surfaces, kept lights blazing at all hours. It made no difference. He was still there, watching, waiting. One morning I found a single red thread on my pillow, the exact shade of the stranger's tie. I held it up to the light, studied its weave, its texture. It felt wrong against my skin, too smooth, too cold. I placed it in a small glass vial, labeled it with the date, and added it to my growing collection of evidence. That night I woke to the sound of static. My television, which I had unplugged days ago, glowed with snowy interference. The white noise filled the room, pulsing like a heartbeat, and there, silhouetted against the electronic glow, sat the stranger. Only this time he turned to look at me. His eyes held no color, no light, no life. They were voids, black holes pulling at something within me. His mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear over the static. I felt myself standing, walking toward him, drawn by an irresistible force. The static grew louder, filling my ears, my head, my entire being. The smell of old wood and damp fabric became overwhelming, choking. I tried to stop, to turn away, but my body moved without my permission. As I drew closer, the stranger extended his hand. On his palm lay another red thread, identical to the one I had found that morning. "What do you want?" I gasped, fighting against the invisible pull. The static quieted just enough for me to hear his response. "To show you," he whispered. "Show me what?" "The other side." His fingers closed around the thread, and suddenly it wasn't a thread at all, but a door, a crimson door that hadn't been there before, standing impossibly in the middle of my living room. The stranger stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. I resisted, fought against whatever compulsion tried to move my feet forward. The door pulsed, its color deepening, darkening like blood in water. From beyond it came sounds, whispers, murmurs, a cacophony of voices speaking words I almost recognized. The stranger's expression changed, for the first time impatience flickering across his features before settling back into that eternal, knowing smile. "Everyone sees the door eventually," he said. "Most never know it's there. You should feel privileged." "Why me?" I asked, still struggling against the pull. "You noticed me," he replied simply. "Most look right through. Most are too busy, too distracted, too certain of what can and cannot be. But you saw me sitting here. You acknowledged what should not exist, and now you cannot unsee it." The door swung open. Beyond it lay not my living room wall, but a vast, shifting landscape of shadows and light, of structures that defied geometry, of colors that hurt to look upon. The stranger stepped through, then turned back to face me. For the first time, I saw him fully, not just the human shape he had presented, but what lay beneath, something ancient, something patient, something that had never been human at all. "The choice is yours," he said, his voice now a harmony of sounds that scraped against my sanity. "Return to your life knowing what exists just beyond perception, or step through and understand." I stood at the threshold, trembling. Behind me lay my home, my life, my reality now forever tainted by knowledge I couldn't unlearn. Before me stretched the unknown, terrifying yet compelling in its mystery. The stranger extended his hand once more. I wish I could say I turned away, that I chose the safety of ignorance, the comfort of the familiar, that I slammed the door and never looked back. But the truth is, I've always needed to know. I've always needed to understand. I took his hand. The door closed behind me with a finality that echoed across realities, and I understood finally why the stranger had been sitting in my living room, staring at nothing. He hadn't been looking at the blank TV screen at all. He had been looking at the door that had always been there, the door only some of us ever see. Sometimes in quiet moments, I wonder if someone else sees me now sitting silently in their living room, waiting to be noticed, waiting to show them what I've learned, waiting to guide them to the other side. Story 4. I had never planted anything in my backyard. The soil was dry, the ground uneven. But this morning, as I looked out the window, something new was growing. Rows of perfectly arranged flowers, their petals too vibrant, their stems impossibly tall. The scent of rich earth and something sweeter, almost sickly, drifted through the open door. My pulse quickened. There were no footprints, no signs of digging, just the plants waiting, blooming, watching. I approached the garden slowly, each step sending a slight vibration through the ground beneath my feet. The plant seemed to shiver in response, though there was no wind. As I drew closer, I noticed the flowers were varieties I'd never seen before: crimson petals with black veins, blue stems with thorns that seemed to rotate slightly, following my movement. "Hello," I called out, feeling foolish immediately. Who was I expecting to answer? The neighbors were too far away to have done this overnight, and besides, why would they? I knelt to touch one of the flowers, my finger hesitating just above a petal that looked almost like velvet. When I finally made contact, the petal was warm, not sun-warmed, but fever-warm. It seemed to pulse beneath my fingertip. I jerked my hand back, but not before noticing a slight smear of something dark on my skin. Not soil, something thicker. Inside my house, I searched online for similar flowers, for any explanation of what might grow so quickly, so strangely. Nothing matched. I took photos, but when I checked them, the images were blurry, the colors distorted, as if the camera couldn't quite capture what my eyes were seeing. That night I dreamed of roots spreading beneath my bed, of stems growing through the floorboards, of blossoms opening beside my pillow, their scent filling my lungs until I couldn't breathe anything else. I woke gasping, certain I could smell them even with the windows closed. The garden had grown by morning. Now it stretched halfway across the yard, the rows still perfect, the patterns more intricate. New varieties had appeared, white flowers with centers that seemed to contract and expand like pupils, vines that formed complex spirals, plants that seemed to lean toward me when I appeared at the window. I decided to document everything. I set up a camera on a tripod facing the garden and started recording. Then I took soil samples, snipped small pieces from several plants, and sealed them in plastic bags. The plant material felt strange between my fingers, not quite solid, almost trembling. My neighbor walked by as I was collecting samples. "Quite the green thumb you've developed," he called, smiling. "You can see this?" I asked, gesturing at the garden. "Hard to miss," he laughed. "Those roses are spectacular. Never seen that shade of red before." But there were no roses, not a single one. The soil samples revealed nothing unusual under my cheap microscope, but the plant cuttings, they changed as I watched. The colors shifted slightly, the structures rearranged themselves. One piece unfurled what looked like tiny fingers that pressed against the plastic. I checked the camera footage, scrolling through hours of recording. The garden remained still until nightfall. Then, in the darkness, movement. The plants swayed without wind. Several seemed to uproot themselves, moving a few inches before replanting. And at the edge of the frame, something moved between the rows. Something tall and thin that bent at strange angles. I deleted the footage. My hands shook so badly I dropped the camera. That night I closed all the curtains and double-locked the doors. I placed a chair against my bedroom door and tried to sleep with earplugs in. Still, I heard a soft scratching at the windows, a gentle tapping that moved from glass to glass around the house. The sound of something trying to find a way in. Morning brought rain, heavy drops that pounded against the roof. I forced myself to look outside. The garden had reached the house. Vines covered the back wall, flowers pressed against the windows. The blossoms were open despite the rain, and they all faced inward toward me. Between the raindrops I saw something else. Footprints in the mud, not coming from the garden but going into it. My size, my pattern, but I hadn't been outside since yesterday. I called a landscaping company. "I need everything removed," I told them. "Everything down to bare earth." "We can't come until next week," they said. "I'll pay triple." They arrived that afternoon, 3 men with equipment for clearing land. I watched from inside as they approached the garden. All 3 stopped at the edge, looking down at the plants. One knelt to touch a flower. Then they talked among themselves, gesturing. Finally, one man returned to the truck while the others began taking photographs. The man knocked on my front door. "Sir, we can't remove these plants." "Why not? I'll pay whatever it costs." "It's not about money. These are protected species. Very rare. Where did you get them?" "I didn't," I insisted. "They just appeared." He gave me a look of disbelief. "Right. Well, removing them would be illegal without proper permits. And honestly, why would you want to? Do you know how much collectors would pay for samples?" After they left, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I put on thick gardening gloves, grabbed a shovel from the garage, and stepped into the yard. The flowers turned toward me, following my approach. I pushed the shovel into the earth beside the first plant. The soil fought back, not just resistant, active. It clung to the metal, pulling downward. I strained against it, my arms burning with effort. When the blade finally cut through something, a sound emerged from the ground, not quite a scream, but a high, thin whistle that made my teeth ache. The cut plant leaked a clear fluid that smelled of copper and something sweeter. I continued digging, hacking at the garden with increasing desperation. Each cut produced that same whistle, and the fluid began to pool around my shoes, soaking through to my skin. It burned slightly, leaving my feet feeling numb. By sunset, I'd cleared only a small patch, and the skin of my hands was red and blistered despite the gloves. I retreated inside, exhausted, leaving the shovel embedded in the ground. Through the window, I watched as the remaining plants seemed to bend toward the damaged section, their stems extending, their blooms opening and closing rhythmically. In the bathroom, I scrubbed at my hands and feet, but the redness wouldn't fade. When I looked closer, I noticed tiny green specks under my skin, like freckles but bright emerald. They hadn't been there before. I slept fitfully, waking to strange sounds, rustling, creaking, the gentle snap of something breaking through wood. When morning came, I understood why. Thin green shoots had pushed through the floorboards in the kitchen. Tiny buds, still closed, waited at their tips. The garden was inside now. I threw some clothes in a bag and drove away, not knowing where I was going, only that I needed distance. I found a motel room and sat on the bed, my hands shaking as I tried to decide what to do next. When I finally looked in the mirror, I saw the green specks had spread, moving up my arms in delicate patterns that resembled vines. My skin felt tight, especially around the joints. When I bent my fingers, I heard a sound like stems being folded. Something was taking root inside me. I returned home days later, not sure what drew me back except a strange, growing hunger for sunlight and open air. The house was barely visible beneath the growth vines covered the walls. Flowers pushed through broken windows, giant leaves spread across the roof. It no longer looked like a garden, but a pulsing organism that had swallowed my home. I should have been horrified. Instead, I felt a strange calm as I walked up the overgrown path. The plants parted before me, creating a tunnel that led to what had once been my front door. Inside, nothing was recognizable. Walls had been broken through, ceilings collapsed to allow thick trunks to grow straight upward. Everything was green, vibrant, alive. In what had been my living room, I found a clearing. Soft moss covered the floor, and the air was thick with spores that danced in the beams of sunlight breaking through the canopy above. At the center stood something that was almost a throne, formed from interwoven branches and covered in those same strange flowers that had first appeared in my yard. I sat down, the throne adjusted around me, branches shifting to better accommodate my form. I felt at home, finally. The hunger for sunlight intensified. I looked down at my arms, now more green than flesh, tiny buds forming along the veins. I understood now. I hadn't discovered the garden had discovered me. People come sometimes, curious hikers or lost travelers who stumble upon what they think is an abandoned property reclaimed by nature. They wander the paths that form and reshape themselves daily. They admire the impossible flowers and fruits that grow here in defiance of season and climate. Sometimes when they reach the heart of the garden, they find me waiting. I invite them to stay, to sit beside me on chairs that grow from the ground at my command. I offer them tea made from petals that change color as they steep. Some leave quickly, unsettled by what they sense beneath the beauty. The wise ones. Others stay longer, enchanted, reaching out to touch the flowers that watch them with hidden eyes. Those who stay too long begin to change. Green specks appear on their skin. Their movements become more fluid, more attuned to the subtle rhythms of growing things. They find it harder to leave, and eventually they no longer want to. The garden grows. It needs more than just this patch of land. It has greater plans, spreading through roots that extend far deeper than anyone suspects. And I, its first convert, its faithful tender, wait patiently. After all, growth takes time, and we have nothing but time, the garden and I. What was I before this? The memory fades a little more each day, like photographs left in the sun. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of a life without green veins and flowering thoughts, but those remembrances grow fainter as my roots grow deeper. I had never planted anything in my backyard. Now I am the thing being planted, and I bloom. Story 5. The house was old, but it had never burned. No fire damage, no charred wood. But lately when I passed by the second bedroom, I smelled it, smoke thick, acrid, curling under the doorframe. The scent clung to my clothes, my skin, but when I stepped inside, the air was clear. The walls were clean, but the bed sheets were warm, and in the mirror, just for a second, I swore I saw embers glowing. I first noticed it during winter. The radiators had just kicked on, filling the house with that dry, metallic heat. My throat felt scratchy, which wasn't unusual for the season. But when I walked past that room, something changed. The scratch in my throat deepened as if I'd inhaled soot. The smell was unmistakable, not the comforting aroma of a wood fireplace or the earthy scent of incense, but the chemical burn of synthetics melting, of plastic and fabric surrendering to flame. Yet when I pushed open the door, nothing awaited me but stillness. A twin bed with navy sheets, a wooden dresser, a mirror on the closet door. The window faced north, letting in pale, anemic light. I ran my fingers along the baseboards, checked behind the dresser, peered under the bed. No ash, no char, no fire. Still, I found myself drawn back. I began taking notes, documenting my experiences. At first, just quick observations. Smoke smells stronger in morning. Smell disappears during rain. Bedroom temperature 5 degrees warmer than rest of house. Small oddities that could be explained away by drafty windows or old wiring. But then the mirror began to change. I'm not a superstitious person. I believe in what I can touch, what I can verify. So when I noticed the mirror's reflection shifting, I doubted myself first. Stress, perhaps, lack of sleep. The way the light hit the glass at certain angles. But I couldn't ignore what I saw. Tiny points of orange-red light, like distant stars, appearing in the reflected room while absent from the real one. I set up my phone to record the mirror while I was away. The footage showed nothing unusual until exactly 37 minutes in. A flicker, brief but unmistakable. The image warped as if heat waves were rising from the floor. Then those pinpricks of light multiplying slowly across the frame. The next day I brought a friend over. Do you smell anything strange in here? I asked, standing in the doorway of that bedroom. She shook her head, but I noticed her rubbing her eyes, blinking rapidly. The air feels thick, she said, dry, like when you sit too close to a bonfire. She left after barely an hour, claiming a sudden headache. That night, I dreamed of ash falling like snow, covering my bed while I slept. I became obsessed with understanding. I researched the house history, finding nothing about fires or deaths. I installed a smoke detector in the room. It remained stubbornly silent. I even hired an inspector who checked for gas leaks, faulty wiring, hidden damage. His instruments detected nothing abnormal. Old houses have personalities, he told me with a shrug. Sometimes they just feel wrong. But I knew it was more than that when the whispering started. It came through my radio first, breaking through whatever station I had playing. Static, then what sounded like hushed, urgent words buried in white noise. I recorded it, cleaned up the audio on my computer, listened at half speed. The words remained indecipherable, but the tone became clearer, frantic, warning. The bed sheets grew warmer, not just sun-warmed, but body-warmed, as if someone had just risen from them moments before I entered. The mirror showed more embers now, floating upward in the reflection, though the real room remained unchanged. The smoke smell intensified until I tasted it bitter, metallic, coating my tongue even after brushing my teeth repeatedly. I stopped inviting people over. How could I explain what was happening? Even I didn't understand it, but I couldn't leave either. The mystery had burrowed under my skin like a parasite, feeding on my curiosity, my need to know. Then came the handprints. I woke one morning to find them on the mirror, small, child-sized prints that appeared only when fog clouded the glass. I breathed onto the surface, watched them emerge like ghostly stigmata, then fade as the condensation evaporated. I tried to photograph them, but my camera malfunctioned each time, producing only blurred images filled with strange artifacts. The room began affecting me physically. My eyes watered constantly. My voice grew hoarse. Black smudges appeared on my fingertips after touching the walls, yet the paint remained pristine white when examined closely. I started sleeping on the couch, but distance provided no relief. The smoke followed me through the house now, seemingly carried on my own breath. I decided to document everything. I filled notebooks with observations, taped papers to my living room wall, creating a map of the phenomenon. Patterns emerged, the smell strengthened with the waning moon. The whispers grew louder when rain fell. The mirror embers multiplied after sunset. I was no longer just experiencing the mystery. I was charting it, tracking its evolution. Neighbors began to stare when I collected my mail. "Are you feeling well?" one asked. I caught a glimpse of myself in her sunglasses, gaunt, eyes ringed with shadows dark as bruises, hair dull with what looked like ash. I realized I hadn't left the house in days, weeks maybe. Then the dreams intensified. I found myself standing before the mirror each night in sleep, watching as the reflection changed, not just embers now, but flames creeping along the reflected floor while the real room remained untouched. In the dreams, my reflection would turn to me, skin blackening, eyes bright as coals, and whisper words I could never quite hear. I awoke one night to find myself in that bedroom, standing before the mirror. The smoke smell was overwhelming, choking. My reflection gazed back at me, but something was wrong. It moved a fraction slower than I did, as if struggling through thicker air. Behind it, the reflected room smoldered. Wallpaper bubbled. Flames licked up the bedposts. I reached out, my fingertips meeting the cold glass. My reflection did the same, but when our fingers should have aligned, a gap remained between them. I pressed harder. The glass felt soft, yielding like membrane. Warm air gusted through, carrying the unmistakable sound of crackling flames. That night changed everything. I understood this was no haunting, no psychological break, no gas leak. It was something far stranger, a tear between realities, perhaps. A window into what might have been, or what was happening in some parallel existence where this house, this room, this life had taken a different path. I moved my bed into that room, positioned it facing the mirror. I needed to watch, to witness whatever was unfolding. Sleep became secondary to observation. I documented everything in fevered writing, how the reflected flames grew higher each night, how whispers became screams buried in static, how the smoke smell had solidified into something I could almost touch. My skin grew hot to the touch. Food tasted of ash. When I showered, the water ran dark for several seconds before clearing, but I couldn't stop now. I was close to understanding, to seeing the full picture. Last night, something new happened. As I sat cross-legged on the bed facing the mirror, my reflection suddenly stood. I remained seated, frozen in shock, as my doppelganger pressed both palms against its side of the glass. Behind it, the room was fully engulfed now, a raging inferno that should have generated unbearable heat, yet I felt only a comfortable warmth against my face. My reflection's lips moved, forming words I could finally understand. Let me out, I'm burning. We switched places. I scrambled backward on the bed, heart hammering. My reflection remained standing, palms pressed against the glass, eyes wide and pleading. For the first time, I noticed the soot streaks on its face matched exactly the shower water patterns I'd been seeing. The mirror bulged outward slightly, glass soft as wax. I'm writing this now from the living room, watching the smoke curl under the bedroom door. I've pushed furniture against it, though I know that's futile. Whatever barrier separated our realities is thinning. The smoke detector finally sounded an hour ago, though there are no visible flames in my world, not yet. I should leave, I know this, but something keeps me here, the certainty that I'm witnessing something profound, something impossible. And another, darker thought, what if I'm not the original? What if I'm the reflection that somehow escaped before, and now the true version wants to reclaim its place? The mirror in the bathroom just fogged over by itself. Small handprints are appearing, one by one, on every reflective surface in the house. I smell smoke getting stronger, and somewhere beneath the crackle of spreading flames, I hear footsteps approaching my own footsteps, walking with purpose toward every exit. Story 6, I never went down there unless I had to. The air was always too damp, the single light bulb too dim. But last night, as I grabbed a box from the shelf, I saw it. An indentation in the dust-covered floor, like someone had been sitting there for hours. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of old wood and damp concrete. And just as I turned to leave, I felt a shift in the air behind me, like someone had just stood up. My heart skipped, I froze, fingers still clutching the cardboard box. The basement remained silent, yet something had changed. I turned slowly, expecting to see a figure in the shadows, but found only shelves of forgotten belongings and the familiar concrete walls. The indentation in the dust remained, a perfect oval where the concrete floor should have been undisturbed. I approached it cautiously, setting the box down beside me. Kneeling, I traced my finger along the edge of the depression. The dust inside felt colder than the surrounding floor, much colder. My rational mind suggested a leak in the foundation, perhaps moisture collecting in that spot. But that didn't explain why it looked like someone had been sitting there, knees drawn to chest, waiting. Hello, my voice sounded flat, absorbed by the dense air. No echo, no response. I pulled my phone from my pocket and took several photos of the indentation. The flash illuminated the basement in sharp bursts, casting strange shadows against the walls. When I reviewed the images, my skin prickled. In each photo, the indentation appeared deeper, more defined than it looked to my naked eye. In the last image, I could almost make out the shape of fingers pressed into the dust at the edges. I left quickly after that, turning off the light and closing the door firmly behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that shape in the dust, about how the air had shifted when I wasn't looking. I checked my phone repeatedly, examining the photos, enlarging sections to look for details I might have missed. By morning, I had convinced myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks in the poor lighting. But when I heard a soft thump from below the floorboards during breakfast, I knew I needed to investigate again. This time I brought a better flashlight and a small digital voice recorder. If there was someone or something in my basement, I would document it. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I descended. The air felt heavier than before, pressing against my skin like a physical presence. The indentation was still there, unchanged since yesterday, but beside it, a new mark had appeared, a smudge in the dust, as if someone had dragged their hand across the floor while standing up. I swept the flashlight across the basement, illuminating every corner. Nothing moved, nothing changed, yet the sense of being watched intensified with each passing moment. I placed the voice recorder on a shelf and pressed record. "If anyone is here, make yourself known," I said, feeling foolish yet frightened simultaneously. The basement remained silent. I continued asking questions, leaving pauses for responses, though none came. After 15 minutes of this, I retrieved the recorder and headed back upstairs. When I played back the recording in my kitchen, my coffee grew cold beside me, forgotten. Between my questions and the silence I had left, there were sounds, soft, rhythmic breathing, almost imperceptible, and what sounded like fingernails gently scratching against concrete. At the very end, just as I heard myself say, "I'm leaving now," a whisper so faint I almost missed it. "No." I grabbed my keys and left the house, driving aimlessly until my heartbeat slowed. I found myself at a local library, where I spent hours researching the history of my neighborhood. I discovered nothing notable about my specific house, but learned about an old sanitarium that once stood nearby, demolished long before the residential area was developed. Upon returning home, a strange smell greeted me at the door, earthy and mineral, like wet stones from a riverbed. It grew stronger near the basement door. With shaking hands, I opened it, and the smell washed over me. Stepping down, I noticed the light bulb was on, though I was certain I had turned it off. The indentation in the dust was gone. The entire floor appeared freshly swept, not a speck of dust remained. My flashlight and voice recorder, which I had left on the kitchen counter, now sat neatly arranged in the center of the floor. Beside them lay a small yellowed piece of paper. I approached cautiously and picked it up. Written in faded ink was a single sentence: "We were never alone here." My hands trembled as I picked up the recorder. I pressed play and heard my own voice from earlier that day, asking questions to an empty room. But now, each of my questions was followed by a clear response, a deep voice answering each inquiry with disturbing precision. The final exchange chilled me to the bone. My recorded voice: "What do you want from me?" The response: "Recognition. We've been watching you since you arrived." I dropped the recorder, backing away. It clattered against the concrete but continued playing, voices now overlapping, dozens of them, whispering words I couldn't understand. The temperature plummeted, my breath visible in front of me. The single light bulb flickered, casting erratic shadows across the walls. That's when I noticed the walls themselves had changed. What I had always taken for ordinary concrete now displayed subtle patterns, whorls, and curves that seemed to form faces when viewed from the corner of my eye. I approached one wall, drawn by a peculiar darkness that hadn't been there before. Up close, I could see it was a small recess, roughly the size of a shoebox. Something glinted within. I reached inside, my fingers closing around a small, cold object. Withdrawing my hand, I found myself holding an antique key made of tarnished brass. Intricate patterns were etched into its surface, and despite the chill of the basement, it grew warm in my palm. The recorder suddenly went silent, the light bulb stabilized, the faces in the walls receded, becoming once again ordinary concrete, but the key remained solid and undeniable in my hand. For days I carried that key with me, unable to part with it yet fearful of its purpose. I avoided the basement, sleeping fitfully, often waking to the sound of soft footsteps moving across the floor below. Sometimes, in the periphery of my vision, I would glimpse shadowy figures that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. I began documenting everything in a journal, every sound, every glimpse, every strange occurrence. Pages filled with increasingly frantic notes. I recorded temperature drops, photographed unusual shadows, and noted times when electronic devices malfunctioned without explanation. The evidence mounted, yet offered no clear answers. One night, after a week of this self-imposed investigation, I woke to find my journal open beside me, though I distinctly remembered closing it. A new entry had been added, written in my handwriting but not by my conscious mind. The key opens the way. We need you to open it. The basement called to me that night. I found myself standing at the top of the stairs without remembering how I got there, the key clutched tightly in my fist. As I descended, the familiar apprehension was replaced by an unsettling sense of anticipation. The basement had transformed again. The concrete floor was now bare earth, dark and rich. The walls pulsed subtly, as if breathing. And directly ahead, where only solid concrete had existed before, stood a door, ancient wood bound with iron, its surface carved with symbols similar to those on the key. I approached slowly, drawn forward by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The key grew hot in my hand, nearly burning my skin, yet I couldn't release it. When I stood before the door, all other sounds faded. No house creaks, no distant traffic, only my heartbeat and something else, another heart, beating in perfect counterpoint to my own. The keyhole waited, darkness deeper than any physical shadow. I raised the key, my hand moving with dual purpose, part my own will, part something else guiding me. As the key slid into the lock, resistance gave way to a perfect fit. I turned it. The click that followed wasn't just audible, I felt it resonate through my bones, my teeth, behind my eyes. The door swung inward, revealing not another room but a vast emptiness, a void that somehow contained swirling colors and distant shapes that defied description. A whisper emerged from the doorway, carried on air that didn't belong to our world. Thank you for letting us back in. I tried to step away, to remove the key, to close the door, but my body no longer responded to my commands. I watched, prisoner in my own skin, as my hand reached toward the void. Fingers extended, I felt something cold brush against them, a touch from the other side. The sensation jolted through me, breaking whatever hold had taken me. I stumbled backward, wrenching the key from the lock. The door remained open, the void beyond it pulsing now, tendrils of mist reaching out like curious fingers. With the last of my will, I threw the key into that emptiness and slammed the door shut. wood met frame with a sound like thunder. The symbols on the door flared with momentary light, then faded. When I blinked, the door was gone. The basement walls were concrete once more, the floor dusty and marked with my footprints. Everything appeared normal except for a single crack in the far wall, running from floor to ceiling, a thin line where none had existed before. I avoid the basement now, though I know avoidance offers no protection. The crack grows wider each day, and sometimes when the house is quiet, I hear whispers coming through it, promises and pleas in equal measure. My dreams are filled with images of that void and the shapes that dwelled within it. I've tried to leave this house, but something always brings me back. I've tried to tell others, but the words transform into mundane concerns before they leave my lips. All I can do is watch and wait. The indentation has returned to the basement floor, but it's different now, larger, shaped like a person lying down rather than sitting. Yesterday, I found a second one beside it. Today, I noticed a fine layer of that same earthen soil outside my bedroom door. And just now, as I write these words, I heard a key turning in a lock that doesn't exist. The basement was never empty, and soon, I fear, neither will this house be. Story 7. I had walked this trail 100 times. I knew every turn, every fallen branch, but today, just past the clearing, a new path stretched forward, narrow, winding, leading into trees that shouldn't be there. The air smelled damp, thick with moss and something metallic. My breath hitched as I took a step closer. The trees rustled, though there was no wind, and from somewhere down the path, something moved. My first instinct was to rationalize. Perhaps I had simply overlooked this section of the woods during my previous walks. The forest was vast after all, but deep down I knew this wasn't true. This path was new. It had appeared overnight, as if drawn into existence by an unseen hand. Against my better judgment, I stepped onto the unfamiliar trail. The moment my foot touched the soil, the ambient sounds of the forest birds calling, leaves whispering, faded to nothing. A perfect silence enveloped me, broken only by my increasingly shallow breathing and the soft crunch of decaying leaves beneath my feet. The path curved gently through trees that seemed older, taller than the ones I was familiar with. Their bark was darker, almost black in places, with patterns that resembled faces when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. I kept walking, drawn forward by a curiosity I couldn't explain. After what felt like minutes but could have been much longer, I noticed something strange about my phone. I had pulled it out to take a photo of the unusual path, but the screen displayed only static, punctuated by brief flashes of what looked like text words I couldn't quite read before they disappeared. When I pressed my ear to the speaker, I heard what sounded like whispers, too faint to decipher but unmistakably human. I should have turned back then, I wish I had, but instead I continued forward, documenting the anomaly in a small notebook I carried. The deeper I ventured, the more the environment changed. The air grew heavy with a scent I recognized but couldn't place, like wet copper and burnt sugar. When I touched a nearby tree trunk, it felt warm, almost feverish, and seemed to pulse gently beneath my fingertips. I started marking the trees with small notches from my pocket knife, creating a trail I could follow back. But when I glanced behind me, the marks were gone. Not erased, not grown over, simply gone, as if they had never existed at all. The sky above had changed too. Through gaps in the canopy, I could see it had taken on a deep violet hue that didn't match any normal daytime or twilight I had ever witnessed. Stars were visible, but they formed constellations I didn't recognize. They seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves into new patterns. A sound made me freeze, something between a branch breaking and fabric tearing. It came from up ahead, where the path disappeared around a bend. I considered retreating, but found that I couldn't recall exactly which direction I had come from. Every way I looked, the path continued identically, winding through those strange dark trees. I chose a direction and hurried forward, my heart pounding. The path widened into a small clearing, at the center of which stood a single stump, perfectly round and flat on top. On the stump lay a small leather-bound book, its cover worn and cracked with age. My hands trembled as I approached. The book seemed to vibrate slightly, creating ripples in the air around it. When I picked it up, it was ice cold despite the warmth of the day. Opening it revealed pages filled with handwritten text in what looked like my own handwriting, though I had never seen this book before. The text described a walk through familiar woods, the discovery of a new path, and events that mirrored exactly what I had just experienced. As I flipped through the pages, I found detailed accounts of things I hadn't yet done, continuing down the path, discovering a small pond with black water, finding an abandoned cabin with windows that reflected nothing. I slammed the book shut, my breath coming in quick gasps. This wasn't possible. As if in response to my distress, the trees around the clearing began to sway, though still no wind blew. The ground beneath my feet vibrated slightly, and the strange metallic smell grew stronger. I shoved the book into my backpack and chose any path out of the clearing. As I walked, my surroundings grew increasingly disorienting. Trees appeared to shift positions when I wasn't looking directly at them. Sounds came from impossible directions, a bird call from underground, the splash of water from above. Soon I discovered the pond described in the book, a perfect circle of still black water that reflected nothing, not even the sky above. The surface was glassy and undisturbed, yet it seemed to move when viewed peripherally, rippling with shapes that disappeared when I tried to focus on them. I knelt and tentatively touched the water. It felt wrong, neither wet nor dry, neither warm nor cold, but something else entirely. When I withdrew my finger, it was stained with what looked like black ink that refused to wipe off. The stain spread slowly up my finger, then my hand, painless but persistent. I watched in horror as delicate black lines traced themselves across my skin, forming patterns similar to the strange bark of the trees. Panic finally overcame curiosity. I ran, crashing through underbrush, no longer following any path. Branches scratched at my face and caught at my clothes as if trying to hold me back. The forest seemed to close in around me, thickening with each step I took. I ran until my lungs burned, until sweat soaked through my clothes. And then, without warning, I burst through a line of trees and found myself back on my familiar trail, the one I had walked 100 times before. Relief flooded through me until I looked down at my hand. The black stain remained, though it had stopped spreading. It now covered my right hand entirely, a perfect glove of intricate, swirling patterns. I hurried home, desperate to wash away the stain, to convince myself it had all been some strange hallucination. But no amount of scrubbing would remove it. Soap, alcohol, even bleach, nothing affected the dark patterns on my skin. That night I examined the book again. Beyond my own experience, it contained accounts of others who had found the path, each ending abruptly mid-sentence. My entry was the newest, and it too cut off just as I had fled the black pond. I spent the next few days researching, seeking any information about similar experiences. My search yielded nothing concrete, but I found scattered references to paths that weren't there before in obscure folklore forums and archived personal blogs, most of which had been abandoned years ago. The black patterns on my hand began to change, shifting slightly each morning. Sometimes they resembled writing in a language I couldn't understand. Other times they formed images, trees, water, a stump with a book. When I dreamed, I returned to that path, venturing further each night, discovering new impossibilities. A week after my encounter, I noticed something in my bathroom mirror, a thin black line extending from my collar, creeping up my neck. The stain was spreading again, advancing slowly but steadily, and with it came knowledge, fragments of understanding about the path and what waited at its end. I find myself drawn back to the woods daily now. I stand at the spot where the path appeared, hoping and fearing it might return. Sometimes I think I see it, a flicker of that narrow trail through trees that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I hear whispers calling from beyond the normal forest. The black patterns now cover most of my right arm and a portion of my chest. In certain light, they seem to move on their own, pulsing with a life independent of mine. The book continues to fill with my experiences, pages appearing as needed, though I never write in it. Yesterday I found a note pushed under my door, handwritten in script identical to mine. It contained just 3 words: "We're waiting you." I know I'll return to the woods tomorrow. I know the path will be there, and this time I'll follow it to its end, wherever that may be. Not because I want to, but because I must. Because whatever lies at the end of that path is now part of me, and I am part of it. My name is in the book now, alongside the others who found the path, but unlike them, my story isn't finished. It's still being written, one black line at a time, spreading across my skin like roots seeking soil. If you're reading this, it means my journal was found. Perhaps you're standing in these same woods, curious about the stories you've heard. My advice is simple: leave this place, but I know you won't. I know because I've seen your name in the book too, on a page not yet filled. The path is waiting, and once you see it, once you take that first step, you're already claimed, just as I was, just as you will be. Story 8, the sink had always been slow to drain, a plumbing issue I thought, but one night as I leaned over to wash my hands, I heard it, a voice, distant and muffled, rising from the pipes. The words were garbled, just on the edge of understanding. The scent of damp metal filled the air. I turned off the water, listening. And then, just as I leaned closer, the whispering stopped, replaced by the sound of something breathing. I pulled back immediately, heart thumping against my ribs. Water droplets clung to the porcelain, reflecting my wide eyes in their curved surfaces. Rational explanations formed in my mind, air pockets in the pipes, the house settling, my imagination working overtime after too many late nights. I forced a laugh that sounded hollow even to my ears and wiped my hands on a towel. That night sleep evaded me. My bedroom felt unnaturally quiet, as if the silence itself was listening. The darkness behind my eyelids shifted and swirled like ink in water. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of narrow, twisting pipes that led deeper and deeper into blackness. Morning brought clarity and embarrassment. How childish to be frightened by plumbing noises. I made coffee, answered emails, and almost forgot about the incident until I needed to brush my teeth. Standing before the sink, I hesitated. The drain looked ordinary, a small, dark opening, nothing sinister about it. I turned the tap with determined force. The water swirled down normally, no unusual sounds. Relief washed over me, but as I reached to turn off the faucet, the metal handle felt ice cold despite the warm water running through it. My fingertips tingled unpleasantly where they touched the chrome. I began documenting these anomalies in a notebook. At first, it was just to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. The incidents were sporadic but consistent: unusual cold spots around the sink, the faint scent of something organic and damp when no water had been run, and occasionally that whispering voice that seemed to form almost words. "What do you want?" I asked one evening, feeling ridiculous speaking to my bathroom plumbing. The drain made no response, but the mirror above the sink fogged slightly in one corner, despite the absence of hot water. I purchased a small digital recorder and left it running by the sink when I went to work. The first two recordings captured nothing but the occasional drip and the subtle creaking of the house. The third recording changed everything. It began normally silence, a drip, more silence. Then at the 37-minute mark, a sound emerged that made my skin crawl. Something was moving through the pipes, not water, but something that scraped against the metal walls. Then came the voice, clearer than I had ever heard it before. "Fired me." The words were followed by a wet, gasping sound, like someone drowning but still trying to speak. I played the recording 5 times, my hands trembling more with each repetition. There was no mistaking it. I called a plumber. He arrived wearing blue coveralls and a skeptical expression as I explained about strange noises without mentioning voices or my growing fear. "Probably just air in the line," he said, bending to examine the pipes beneath the sink. "These old systems get all kinds of build-up." He worked for nearly an hour, removing a section of pipe and cleaning it. "Found your problem," he announced, showing me a clump of dark matter. "Hair and soap scum, classic clog." Relief flooded through me. Of course it was something mundane. Of course there was a rational explanation. I thanked him and paid the bill, feeling foolish but lightened. That night I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. The notebook with my paranoid observations sat closed on my desk, ready to be thrown away. My recorder lay silent, its memory now wiped clean. I woke suddenly in darkness, disoriented. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound. I lay still, listening. Water was running somewhere in the house, the bathroom sink. I hadn't left it on. My bare feet made no sound on the wooden floor as I approached the bathroom. The door stood slightly ajar, a thin line of dim light spilling through the crack. I hadn't left any lights on either. My hand trembled as I pushed the door open. The sink was full to the brim, water completely still like glass, reflecting nothing. The faucet was dry, yet somehow the basin remained full, the water not draining despite the open drain. From beneath the surface came a soft glow, illuminating the bathroom with a pale blue light. The water looked thicker than it should, more viscous. As I watched, transfixed, ripples began to form at the center of the sink, though nothing had disturbed the surface. "I'm still hungry," came the voice, no longer muffled by pipes or distance. It sounded wet and ancient, like something that had evolved in darkness. The ripples intensified, forming a small whirlpool above the drain. I should have run, I should have left the house altogether. Instead, driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand, I stepped closer. The scent in the air changed from damp metal to something sweeter, almost floral, intoxicating. The surface of the water broke and something emerged, not a hand, not a tentacle, but something between the two, pale and glistening with too many joints. It reached toward me, water streaming from its impossible form. I backed away, knocking over bottles on the counter. The thing retreated into the water, which began to drain rapidly, spinning faster than physics should allow. The light dimmed. "You'll come back," said the voice, fading as the water level dropped. "They always come back." The sink drained completely, leaving only a few droplets clinging to the porcelain. The bathroom returned to darkness. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking violently. Under the harsh fluorescent light, everything looked normal. The sink was empty, dry as bone. No evidence remained of what I had witnessed or hallucinated. I splashed cold water on my face from the bathtub faucet, unwilling to use the sink. The next day, I bought every chemical drain cleaner I could find. I poured them all down the sink, one after another, ignoring the warnings about mixing products. The chemicals bubbled and hissed, emitting noxious fumes that made my eyes water. I left the house while they worked, spending the day in a coffee shop, researching alternative accommodations. When I returned, the apartment smelled of chemicals and something burnt and organic. The sink appeared clean, its surface slightly etched by the harsh cleaners. I ran the water. It drained perfectly. For 3 days, everything seemed normal. I used the sink cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. The recorder picked up nothing unusual. No voices, no strange sounds. My nights were dreamless and peaceful. Then I found the first marking. It appeared on my wrist one morning, a small, circular pattern, like a tiny whirlpool etched into my skin. It wasn't painful, barely visible unless caught in the right light. I assumed it was an allergic reaction to the cleaning chemicals and applied some cream. The next day, I found another marking on my other wrist, identical to the first. A third appeared on my neck. They formed a triangle when connected by imaginary lines. I began to notice the taste of metal in my mouth. My skin felt perpetually damp, though I would find it dry to the touch. The mirror showed dark circles under my eyes, yet I was sleeping more deeply than ever before. The drain called to me now, not with words, but with a pull I felt in my core. I found myself standing before the sink without memory of walking to the bathroom. My phone filled with recordings. I didn't remember making the sound of running water, my own breathing, and underneath it all, that whispering voice growing steadily louder. "We are connected now," it said in my latest recording. "The pipe runs both ways. I understand now what's happening. The voice hasn't been coming up from the drain, it's been coming from inside me, using the drain as a conduit, an entry point. Whatever lives in those dark, twisting passages has found a new home, a new set of pipes to inhabit. My veins feel different under my skin, rigid and cold when I press them. Food tastes of copper and salt. When I speak, my voice echoes slightly, as if traveling through something other than air. Yesterday I coughed up water, not phlegm, not saliva, but clear, cold water that tasted of minerals and darkness. It ran between my fingers and down the sink before I could capture it for testing. The markings have spread across my body, connecting in intricate patterns that resemble plumbing diagrams. They pulse with my heartbeat, glowing faintly blue in darkness. When I press my ear against the wall, I hear water rushing inside, matching the rhythm of my pulse. I no longer use the sink, but it doesn't matter. The connection has been established. Sometimes at night, I feel movement inside my chest, something swimming through channels that shouldn't exist. I write this as warning, though I know no one will see it. My thoughts grow less coherent as my internal architecture changes. I feel myself becoming a conduit, a pathway for something ancient to reach new places. Water seeps from my eyes now instead of tears. My throat makes gurgling sounds when I swallow. Soon I will be nothing but a complex system of pipes and chambers, a living drain leading to forgotten depths. And still under everything that voice whispers, patient, hungry, waiting for someone else to lean over a sink to listen too closely to the voice in the drain. Story 9, it was an old picture, one I had seen 1,000 times, my grandparents, young and smiling, standing on their porch. But tonight, as I dusted off the frame, my stomach dropped. A man stood in the background now. Tall, thin, dressed in black, his face slightly blurred. The air smelled of aged paper and something bitter. My hands trembled as I turned the photo over. There in faint handwriting was a note I had never seen before. Do you see him now? I placed the photo on my desk and took a step back. The lamplight cast a yellow glow across the image, making the stranger's silhouette more pronounced against the worn sepia background. My grandparents' smiles seemed different, somehow strained, almost forced, as if they knew someone was watching them. Had he always been there? I'd looked at this photo countless times since inheriting my grandmother's belongings. I knew every detail, the chipped paint on the railing, my grandfather's crooked tie, the way my grandmother clutched her purse. But never had I noticed anyone standing in the shadows beneath the maple tree. That night, sleep eluded me. My bedroom felt colder than usual, the darkness thicker, more substantial. I found myself staring at the ceiling, ears straining to identify the subtle creaking sounds that seemed to follow a pattern almost like footsteps moving deliberately across old floorboards. Morning brought no relief. The photo sat where I'd left it, but something was different. The stranger had moved, not dramatically, just slightly now, standing 2 steps closer to my grandparents, his posture more rigid, more attentive. I picked up my phone and took a picture of the photograph, needing proof that I wasn't imagining things. When I compared my digital capture to the original, they matched perfectly. The stranger stood in the same position in both images, but when I scrolled through my photo gallery, I found older pictures I'd taken of this same photograph months ago. In those, the background was empty. No man, no shadow. Nothing but the tree and the clear summer sky behind my grandparents. I started documenting everything. I placed the photograph on my desk and set up my laptop camera to record it throughout the day while I was at work. Each night I reviewed the footage frame by frame. For the first few days, nothing changed. Then on the 4th night, I noticed a glitch in the recording, a single frame where the screen went black. In the next frame, the stranger's position had shifted again. Now he stood directly behind my grandfather, one pale hand visible at his side. I began keeping a journal, noting any strange occurrences in my apartment. The cold spots that formed in random corners, the persistent smell of something burning that would appear and vanish without warning. The way my television would turn itself on at low volume, broadcasting only static. My sleep deteriorated further. I would wake up convinced someone was standing at the foot of my bed, only to find emptiness when I switched on the light. My dreams became invaded by a tall figure who never spoke, never moved, just watched from increasingly shorter distances. Friends noticed my decline. "You look exhausted," they would say, concern etching their faces. I showed the photograph to my closest friend, asking if she noticed anything strange. "Just your grandparents on their porch," she replied, her eyebrows knitting together. "Why, what should I be seeing?" The stranger was invisible to her. I said nothing, but panic bloomed in my chest. Was I losing my mind? I contacted my uncle, my grandmother's only surviving child. The photo of Mom and Dad on the porch, was there ever anyone else in it? His response chilled me. Funny you should ask. Mom always said there was a man who watched their house that summer. Dad thought she was imagining things. Why do you ask? I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. Instead, I asked if my grandmother had ever mentioned the man's appearance. Tall, she said, always wore dark clothes, wouldn't come into focus even when she stared right at him. That night, I placed the photograph face down in my desk drawer, unable to bear the sight of it. Sleep came surprisingly easily, deep and dreamless. I woke refreshed, convinced I'd been working myself up over nothing more than an oddity of light and shadow, combined with my grandmother's old stories that must have nestled in my subconscious. Until I opened my closet to dress for work. The photograph hung on the inside of the door, not in its frame but pinned there, edges curling. My grandparents still smiled their forced smiles, but now the stranger stood between them, arms draped over their shoulders in a grotesque parody of friendship. His face remained blurred, but I could make out the suggestion of a wide, unnatural smile. I tore the photo down, my breath coming in short gasps. The paper felt wrong under my fingers, damp and slightly warm, like skin. I crumpled it and threw it into the kitchen trash, then left for work without eating breakfast. All day, my phone kept buzzing with notifications. Each time, it was my home security app alerting me to movement in my apartment. Each time, the camera showed nothing but empty rooms. When I returned home, the trash can was overturned, its contents scattered across the kitchen floor. No sign of the crumpled photograph. My search became frantic, tearing through rooms, looking under furniture, inside cabinets. I found it eventually, flattened and placed carefully under my pillow. In this iteration, my grandparents were gone. Only the porch remained, empty and abandoned. The stranger now stood in the foreground, his back to the camera, facing what appeared to be a figure sitting on my bed, a figure with my outline, my posture. I backed away, bumping into my dresser. The mirror reflected my terrified face, but also for the briefest moment, something tall standing behind me. I whirled around to empty space, but the air smelled bitter and burnt. Sleep became impossible. I stayed awake 3 straight nights, documenting everything in my journal with increasingly unsteady handwriting. The photograph changed hourly now. Sometimes my grandparents returned, sometimes the stranger wore their clothes, sometimes the image showed nothing but an empty field where the house should have been. On the 4th night, exhaustion won. I fell asleep at my desk, head resting on my journal. I dreamed of a man who whispered in my ear with a voice like rustling paper, "I've been waiting for you to notice me." I woke to find my apartment transformed, every surface, walls, ceiling, furniture covered in photographs, thousands of them all identical. My grandparents on their porch, the stranger now fully in focus, his face clearly visible at last. He had my face. No, not quite my face, older, harder, with eyes that reflected nothing, but unmistakably my features, my bone structure. With shaking hands, I turned over the nearest photo. The handwriting on the back matched the original note, but the message had changed. "Now I see you." My phone rang. The caller ID showed my own number. I answered without thinking. "Hello," my voice sounded distant, foreign. Nothing but static responded, then a whisper, "Look at your reflection." I raised my eyes to the mirror across the room. The figure staring back wore my clothes, had my height, my build, but its face blurred and shifted, refusing to come into focus. I reached up to touch my cheek. The reflection remained still. Now I document everything, hoping someone will find this journal. The stranger walks through my life wearing my face, while I fade from photographs, from reflections, from memories. Friends look through me when I speak. My voice leaves no impression on recording devices. The original photograph sits on my desk, restored to its frame. My grandparents smile their strained smiles. The stranger with my face stands beside them, one hand raised in greeting, and in the background, barely visible beneath the maple tree, stands a blurred figure that grows fainter each day. I know now why my grandmother insisted someone watched their house that summer. I know why she kept that photograph despite her fear. She saw what would happen, what had already happened, what will always happen. The cycle continues. I watch and wait for someone new to dust off an old frame and ask the question I once asked. Do you see him now? Story 10. In the midst of sifting through dusty relics of bygone eras in the attic, a hidden canvas revealed itself to me, nestled behind a weathered trunk. An incomplete painting greeted my eyes, capturing a figure mid-transformation, a play of light and shadow with features that sparked a sense of uncanny recognition within me. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of aged paper and memories long faded. Each delicate brushstroke beckoned me closer, hinting at a tale untold, a history not my own. Settling into an ancient wooden chair, I watched as specks of dust pirouetted in the soft shaft of light filtering through the attic window. The portrait seemed to shimmer in the dim glow, its unfinished edges merging seamlessly with the raw canvas like whispers of watercolors on parchment. The face in the painting existed in a state of ethereal limbo, certain details sharp and defined, while others dissolved into ambiguity, as if the artist's hand had paused in mid-stroke. The gentle groans of the old house provided a lulling rhythm as I lost myself in contemplation. Tracing the worn frame with my fingertips, I felt the echoes of time etched into its grain, a silent testament to years long past. The eyes of the portrait held me captive, painted with a depth that transcended the boundaries of the canvas itself. As evening descended, a golden hue bathed the attic in a warm glow, casting elongated shadows across the floorboards. The air grew cooler, carrying the crisp scent of impending autumn through a crack in the window. In the fading light, I found myself whispering to the portrait, sharing secrets and musings as though confiding in an old friend. And as darkness crept in, a curious phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. Certain brushstrokes shifted and morphed, offering glimpses of alternate expressions, a faint smile here, a touch of sorrow there. Time flowed differently within that attic sanctuary. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I delved into the intricacies of the portrait. Behind it, a faded inscription emerged. Remember, the light changes everything. The elegant yet wavering script seemed to beckon from a dreamlike realm, weaving a connection between myself and the enigmatic artist who had birthed this unfinished masterpiece. Gathering old journals and faded photographs from the house below, I surrounded the portrait with fragments of the past, each whispering a possible identity, yet revealing no definitive truths. The house murmured its secrets as I sat with the portrait on sleepless nights, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight. In those quiet interludes, whispers seemed to emanate from the unfinished spaces of the canvas, a haunting melody that stirred memories long dormant. Slowly, imperceptibly, the portrait began to shift in my gaze. Unclear features coalesced in my mind's eye, though they remained trapped in incomplete strokes on the canvas. The eyes, ever watchful, mirrored my own emotions, reflecting starlight on tranquil nights and turning inward during tempestuous storms. The painting transformed into a reflection of my inner landscape, a mirror of buried sentiments and forgotten tales. I shared my dreams and fears in hushed tones, mingling with the symphony of the old house's whispers. Its unfinished nature birthed a realm of infinite possibilities, where imagination wandered freely amidst myriad interpretations. With each changing season outside the attic window, a theory took shape within me, a theory that the portrait's incompleteness was intentional, a perpetual state of becoming crafted to elude finality. I did not seek to unravel the mystery of the portrait's origins, but embraced my role as its custodian, safeguarding the delicate balance between revelation and obscurity. The attic transformed into a timeless haven where observer and observed merged, where the boundaries blurred like the unfinished edges of the painting. Even now, years later, I ascend those creaking stairs to commune with the portrait. Sometimes I bring a small notebook to document the dance of light and shadow on its surface, the ever-shifting contours of its unfinished form. Yet mostly, I sit in tranquil silence, sharing the space with this enigmatic presence that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remains a work in progress, a testament to the beauty of imperfection. In its incompleteness, it blossoms anew with each passing moment, unveiling facets of itself, and perhaps more profoundly of those who gaze upon it. The enigma begs not for resolution, but for immersion, inviting quiet contemplation in the soft, dust-laden glow of the attic's embrace. Story 11. On a misty night along the coast, I found myself drawn to an abandoned pier that reached out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam were intricate symbols, softly glowing in the pale light of the moon above. The salty breeze carried whispers of mystery, enveloping me as I ran my fingers over the ancient marks, feeling a connection to a long-lost secret hidden beneath the waves. The rhythmic lapping of the waves against the weathered pillars entranced me, pulling me deeper into a state of contemplation. Each step I took on the wooden planks seemed to awaken echoes of the past, as if the pier itself held memories of bygone days. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and damp wood, mingling with a hint of something ancient, evoking images of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I returned to the pier, unable to resist the mysterious allure that beckoned me. With each visit, the symbols on the beam revealed new intricacies, curves that danced in the moonlight, lines that shifted with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creaking of the planks became a comforting companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure that dared to breach its domain. During my 5th visit, a peculiar warmth surrounded the marked beam, a stark contrast to the cool maritime air. Placing my hand against the wood, I felt a gentle pulse that seemed to synchronize with my heartbeat, a sensation akin to holding a cup of tea that never cooled. The fog thickened as I studied the symbols, cocooning me in a hushed embrace where time flowed differently, creating a sanctuary of soundless whispers. At times, a soft humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, blending harmoniously with the rhythm of the waves. One serene night, as I sat beside the beam, the water below stilled to a mirror-like surface, reflecting the moon with eerie precision. Shadows moved beneath the surface, graceful and enigmatic, defying identification with their fluid motions. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or shifting beneath my touch like living script. I started documenting them in a journal, observing how they evolved with the moon's phases, each night bringing subtle changes to their form. To my bewilderment, other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings, their eyes gliding past the beam as if it were merely ordinary wood. Even my attempts to draw attention to the symbols were met with polite disinterest, their gazes sliding away like water off glass. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle glow of blue-green light that undulated like hidden currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, the humming beneath the pier growing clearer, its melodic tones resembling ancient language that lingered on the edge of memory. Curious artifacts began appearing near the beam's smooth stones adorned with spiral patterns, shards of iridescent shells radiating an inner luminescence, strands of silvery seaweed forming intricate filigree. Each item felt like a message, though its meaning remained veiled in mystery. As I pen these words, I realize that I have become intertwined with the enigma that enshrouds this place. The symbols now manifest in unexpected places, in the mist on my bathroom mirror, in the rain patterns on my windows, in the swirls of cream in my morning coffee. They transcend mere symbols, evolving into a language that I am slowly deciphering, a dialogue with the ancient unknown. The pier has transformed from a mere structure into a threshold, a border between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle enigma of the markings unfolds before me, never fully revealing its secrets, but offering tantalizing glimpses that beckon me back, night after night, to the intersection where the ordinary world meets something deeper, older, and infinitely more patient than human comprehension. I have come to accept that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than solved. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in uncertainty, to embrace the gentle tug of the unfamiliar. As I sit here now, enveloped by the rolling fog and feeling the familiar warmth beneath my fingertips, I understand that my role is not to unravel this riddle, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, adding my own chapter to the ancient tale woven in this ethereal space between land and sea. Story 12. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my cherished coffee haunt on a rainy morning, I stumbled upon a neatly folded note resting on my table. The paper, with its elegant, unfamiliar script, emitted a subtle blend of lavender and coffee aromas. As I delved into its enigmatic message, a chill danced down my spine. This was no mere accident, but a deliberate invitation to a hidden enigma within the mundane. The message, concise yet puzzling, read, "Look for the woman in the pearl gray coat. She appears every Tuesday at precisely 9:17 a.m. She never indulges in a purchase. She never engages in conversation, yet she always leaves a trace behind." Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe every Tuesday, captivated by an inexplicable allure. The gentle patter of rain against the windows became my steadfast companion, crafting a soothing melody to accompany my silent observations. The familiar sense of freshly ground coffee and freshly baked treats enveloped me, cocooning me in a sense of comfort as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded corner table affording a clear view of both entrances. The morning crowd flowed in and out, their muted conversations and the delicate clinking of cups harmonizing into a tranquil symphony. My focus oscillated between the steady tick-tock of the antique wall clock and each new visitor who crossed the threshold. Precisely at 9:17, she materialized. Draped in her pearl gray coat, it draped elegantly over her form, seemingly absorbing and reflecting the soft illumination in equal measure. Her presence was both tangible and ethereal, akin to morning mist captured in sunlight. With deliberate grace, she navigated to the same window-side table each time. While her face remained partially veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat, her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger, were visible. Week after week, I observed her routine unfold with meticulous regularity. She would sit for exactly 7 minutes, her posture poised, hands clasped in her lap. True to the note, she never made a purchase, never acknowledged anyone. Yet I began to discern the small tokens she left behind: a vintage button, a pressed bloom, an ancient compass with a cracked visage but a needle that spun with uncanny vigor. The CAF staff seemed oblivious to these items. Inquiring about the woman elicited glazed expressions and swift subject changes, as if she dwelled in a blind spot of their perception. Each object she left exuded a subtle energy, narrating fragments of a tale I struggled to assemble. One rainy Tuesday, I arrived to find her seated at my customary spot. Her visage turned towards me, and though her features remained indistinct, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time. With a slight nod, she indicated the chair opposite her. As I settled into the seat, the ambient CAF sounds faded into a distant hum. The space between us crackled with potential, akin to the pregnant pause preceding a lightning strike. Her voice, reminiscent of autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, broke the silence. "You've been observing," she stated, not inquiring but affirming. Few recognize the patterns anymore. Even fewer take the time to watch, to ponder, to question the gaps between moments. Flipping open the journal, she unveiled pages adorned with the same elegant script from the initial note. "Time is not as straightforward as they believe," she continued, her fingers tracing the lines of text. "It bends and flexes like origami, creating folds where secrets gather. Some of us traverse these folds, collecting what lodges in the crevices." The journal contained depictions of the objects she had been leaving behind, accompanied by coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles. "Why me?" I murmured, barely audible. She smiled, her features still veiled. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty sands demanding answers. Most importantly, you grasp that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than deciphered." With that, she rose, leaving the journal on the table. "Your turn now," she whispered softly. "Observe those who notice the patterns. Leave them traces leading back to wonder." When I glanced up from the journal, she had vanished. The CAF's ambient sounds flowed back in like a gentle tide. The rain persisted in its rhythmic dance against the windows, and the aroma of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained, tangible and substantial, beneath my touch, its pages now blank, devoid of the once present writing. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m., I continue my CAF visits. Occasionally, I glimpse others like myself, quietly seated, observing. At times, I leave behind small tokens: a vintage key, a pressed leaf, a weathered piece of sea glass. I witness their discovery of these offerings, witnessing the instant when curiosity ignites in their eyes. The woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, yet her essence lingers in the tranquil interludes between heartbeats, in the gentle rain against the windows, in the soft tendrils of steam wafting from coffee cups. I've come to realize that certain mysteries do not demand resolution, they crave witnessing, reverence, and transmission, akin to whispered secrets within the fleeting moments of time. Story 13. Amidst a sudden deluge on a tranquil night, I ventured outside to fetch my umbrella, only to find a trail of muddy footprints meandering away from my doorstep. The raindrops fell with a steady beat on the pavement, while the cold, damp air carried an enigmatic or a silent visitor's presence lingered, leaving me intrigued yet oddly unsettled. Beneath the glow of the porch light, I observed as droplets of water slowly blurred the outlines of each footprint, morphing them into vague, soft shapes against the wet concrete. The rain cascaded in tranquil waves, generating a comforting white noise that seemed to cleanse away the usual evening sounds. Exhaling mist into the crisp air, I pondered the peculiar marks before me. These footprints were peculiar, neither the right size nor shape for any of my shoes, yet strangely familiar. They seemed crafted by someone moving deliberately, each step imbued with intent. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if holding minuscule fragments of reflected moonlight. Compelled by an unexplainable curiosity, I trailed after them. My own footfalls whispered against the moist ground as I advanced, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain against my coat. The air carried the earthy aroma of wet soil and something more, a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of aged books and dried flowers. The footprints navigated through my garden with meticulous precision, never disturbing a single leaf or stem. It was as though the entity that left them knew precisely where to tread. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops surrounding the footprints. They seemed to pause momentarily before touching the ground, forming fleeting spheres of suspended water. The effect was so subtle that I might have missed it had I not been so attentive. The garden path led to a small clearing where I often admired the sunset. Here the footprints delineated a perfect circle, as if their creator had stood, turning slowly in place. Within this circle, the grass appeared subtly altered, more silvery, perhaps, or somehow more vibrant. Each blade swayed in an imperceptible breeze. Kneeling down, I examined the grass, running my fingers over the ethereal stems. They felt cool to the touch, resonating with a gentle vibration that traveled up my fingertips. While the rain maintained its rhythmic tempo within the circle, each drop seemed to hum a barely audible note upon descent. Rising slowly, I noticed that the footprints extended beyond the circle, but they had transformed. They now appeared lighter, barely discernible against the dark earth, as if their creator had gradually dissipated. The strange, sweet fragrance I had detected earlier intensified here, mingling with the rain-soaked air in a way that brought a sense of tranquility. Following this fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property. Its colossal branches reached skyward like protective arms, their leaves whispering enigmatic tales in the rain. The footprints ceased at the tree's base, or perhaps they continued up its trunk in the dimness and rain. It was impossible to distinguish where the marks concluded and the natural bark patterns began. Placing my hand against the oak's damp bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration I had felt in the grass circle. The tree pulsed with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Water cascaded down its trunk in rivulets that appeared to form and reform patterns resembling written words, though they dissolved before I could decipher them. Standing there in the rain, I perceived a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air felt charged with a delicate electricity, akin to the moment before a rainbow emerges. The raindrops now seemed to fall in orchestrated patterns, creating a ballet of light and shadow that danced in harmony with an unheard melody. Though I never laid eyes on my silent visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment and newness. Even upon returning to my abode, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could sense the lingering echoes of their passage in the air around me. The sweet, mysterious fragrance clung to my garments for days, and occasionally during rainfall I catch fleeting hints of it once more. Now on hushed rainy nights I find myself drawn outdoors, yearning to uncover fresh footprints weaving through my garden. Though I have yet to encounter them again, something has shifted in the way the rain descends, in the way my garden flourishes, in the way the ancient oak tree sways in the breeze. My silent visitor left behind more than mere footprints. They left behind a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each falling raindrop. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approaching, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or if they left a fragment of themselves intertwined with this place's essence. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber with the rain serenading outside my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps moving in perfect synchrony with the raindrops, as though someone still ambles through my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal presence. Story 14. Late one night, cruising down a deserted highway, I glimpsed an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's glow. The car radio crackled, static-filled, interrupted by a faint, rhythmic signal that seemed to pulse with a cryptic significance. The night air, cool and laced with the aroma of metal and distant storms, gave the sensation that the tower whispered a clandestine message from a forgotten era. Intrigued, I pulled over to the roadside, compelled by an unexplainable curiosity. The soft hum of my car's engine faded to silence as I switched off the ignition, leaving only the gentle rustle of wind through the tall grass and the steady, rhythmic static emanating from my radio. The signal now clearer, a pattern of prolonged and brief bursts akin to Morse code, but with a unique twist. The tower loomed like a guardian against the deep indigo sky, its red warning lights extinguished long ago. Rust had claimed much of its metallic facade, forming elaborate patterns that hinted at a deliberate design. Watching as clouds meandered lazily across the moon, casting ever-shifting shadows that made the structure seem to sway slightly. Something about the signal's cadence triggered a sense of familiarity, akin to a half-recalled lullaby from childhood. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the sound, attempting to unearth where I might have encountered it before. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, carrying faint echoes of possible words just beyond comprehension. Reaching for my phone to capture the strange transmission, I discovered it remained unresponsive, the screen blank despite being fully charged. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. A light mist materialized, enveloping the tower's base like a soft veil. Mesmerized by the rhythm of the signal, memories surfaced, memories that felt foreign yet oddly intimate. Visions of individuals toiling in a control room, their faces bathed in the glow of analog machinery, discussing something of great importance, something worth preserving. The scene vivid, the scent of coffee lingering in the air, the sound of magnetic tape reels whirring. The mist thickened, shrouding the tower in a ghostly silhouette as the signal's pattern subtly shifted, revealing morsels of its message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates floated through my mind, a cryptic puzzle waiting to be deciphered. Time seemed to lose its grip as I sat there, enveloped in the cocoon of sound and mist. The temperature dropped, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter, yet I couldn't tear myself away. Each static pulse felt like a piece of a grand enigma awaiting a solver. A soft glow emerged from the tower's base, pulsating in harmony with the radio signal, casting a warm, amber light that danced through the mist. The spectacle entrancing, matching the rhythm of my breath, lulling me into a trance. The signal's pattern morphed into a melodic tune, resembling a lullaby, revealing that the transmitted memories were purposeful, preserved within the endless loop of static and silence. As dawn neared, the mist dissipated and the signal faded, leaving the tower in silence, its mysteries shrouded in rust and time. My phone suddenly sprang to life, displaying missed calls from concerned loved ones. The first light of dawn painted the sky in gentle hues, blurring the events of the night into a dreamlike memory. Resuming my journey along the empty highway, I sensed a shift within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts. I knew I would return to this place, unraveling more of its enigma. Certain frequencies, once attuned to, remain with us, becoming a part of our internal broadcast, a clandestine wavelength linking us to something greater. Even now, on serene nights when the wind whispers just so, I catch fleeting echoes of that signal in the radio static. A reminder that mysteries persist in this world, camouflaged in plain view, awaiting a mindful listener. The tower stands as a testament to those who came before, their message encrypted in endless waves of static, patiently awaiting the chosen decipherer. Story 15. In the hush of a cloudy afternoon, I found myself drawn to a forgotten quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expanse stretched out before me, a realm of quiet whispers carried by the wind as it caressed the rugged stones and hidden nooks. The scent of age-old rock and lingering dampness hung in the air, weaving a tale of secrets shared between the quarry and the passage of time. Each step I took deeper into the quarry echoed softly against the weathered paths, stirring up delicate clouds of dust that danced in the subdued light filtering through the overcast sky. The atmosphere grew cooler as I descended, carrying with it a mysterious sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blooms. Abandoned places had always beckoned to me, but this quarry held a different allure, a subtle hum of energy that seemed to radiate from its very core. The towering stone walls, like ancient sentinels, bore witness to years of human toil, yet now they whispered of something far older, far more profound. Turning a corner, I was struck by a curious sight. Nestled against the wall, partially concealed by creeping vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its weathered surface, a soft gray hue, belied its sturdy condition despite the ravages of time. What captivated me was not the door itself, but the vines surrounding it, swaying in a rhythmic motion akin to breathing, unaffected by the wind. Approaching cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone beside the door. The sweet fragrance in the air mingled with an earthy undertone, evoking memories of freshly turned soil. A subtle shift in the quarry's ambience caught my attention. The natural echo seemed to transform into a melodic hum, as if the very stones were singing a silent tune just beyond reach. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Intricate patterns adorned the wood's spirals and curves that seemed to shift and intertwine, creating an ever-evolving dance of geometry. Time became fluid in that enchanted space. The sky above darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain of the passage of minutes or hours. The quarry's murmurs grew clearer yet remained indecipherable, resembling muffled conversations overheard from afar. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a polished boulder near the door, entranced by the swaying vines and the steady pulse of energy permeating the surroundings. Despite the encroaching twilight, points of light emerged from the quarry walls, moving with purpose in patterns mirroring the carvings on the door, a silent communion of light and shadow. The sweet fragrance intensified, enveloping me in a weightless embrace, as if the very air cradled me. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a gentle symphony, blending stone and wind in a harmonious melody punctuated by enigmatic sounds. When I rose to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door had shifted slightly, a faint line of warm light seeping through its edge. The vines, their rhythmic motion unbroken, extended delicate tendrils toward me, glowing faintly in the gathering dusk. That day I refrained from touching the door, yet I returned to the quarry countless times thereafter. Hours slipped by as I observed the dance of light and shadow, listening to the whispered confidences of the stones. The door remained a constant, neither yielding nor closing, its subtle transformations a mystery beyond grasp. The question of what lay behind it lingered in my thoughts, a tantalizing enigma that defied resolution. The quarry held its secrets close, divulging them through whispers and hints, through the gentle sway of vines and the soft gleam of hidden lights. The true magic, I realized, lay not in unlocking the door's mysteries, but in embracing its enigmatic presence. In dreams, I revisited that sacred space, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the cool caress of the breeze. The quarry's murmurs wove a lullaby, a timeless tale of stone and time that transcended the boundaries of waking reality. The door stood sentinel amidst the breathing vines, an invitation to contemplation rather than revelation. The quarry's ancient dialogue with time persisted, speaking in murmurs and lights, in shadows and scents, imparting stories to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 16. In the quiet of a late evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee fading yet still whispering of forgotten grandeur. Inside the dim, empty auditorium, a solitary projector flickered to life, casting ethereal images upon the weathered screen. The air held a poignant blend of popcorn and dust, carrying with it a silent tale of dreams and heartaches long lost to time. Settling into a worn velvet seat at the back, I felt an unexplainable pull to uncover the story this neglected theater held within its walls. The gentle whir of the projector wove a hypnotic melody, like a distant lullaby echoing through the years. Dust particles danced in the soft light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at hidden meanings just beyond reach. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I glimpsed subtle movements at the edge of sight, shadows that ebbed and flowed like silk in a gentle breeze. The flickering screen revealed scenes from an old black and white film, yet there was a personal intimacy to the images, as if peering into someone's private memories rather than a scripted narrative. A mysterious woman in vintage attire appeared repeatedly, her face always averted from the camera, moving through various settings: a garden, a restaurant, a rainy street, her purpose elusive yet urgent, her grace unwavering. A soft murmur brushed against my ear, carrying indistinct words that lingered in the air. The room's temperature shifted, creating subtle currents of warmth and coolness that enveloped me in a ghostly embrace. The leather armrests felt strangely warm under my touch, as if someone had just vacated the seat beside me. The film unfolded, revealing subtle anomalies: a changing dress color, looping scenes with subtle alterations. Instead of expected dialogue, the sound system emitted the soft rhythm of breathing, punctuated by quiet sighs. Mesmerized, I noticed the woman's movements mirroring my own, a surreal synchronicity that sent shivers down my spine. Her hidden face added to the enigma, perpetually veiled from view. A fragrance of jasmine mingled with the mustiness of the theater, infusing the air with a melancholy that tugged at forgotten heartstrings. The scent carried a melody of longing, both unfamiliar and yet strangely known. The projection shifted to depict the theater's past, revealing a full audience except for one conspicuously empty seat, occupied by the elusive woman in different locations, perpetually seeking an unseen goal. A diary, yellowed with age, emerged from the seat cushions, its pages chronicling visits to the cinema, each entry ending with a haunting phrase: "Still searching for the perfect ending." The final pages bore a familiar handwriting, the last entry abruptly halted as if fate had intervened. As the film neared its conclusion, the woman turned towards the camera, only for the screen to dissolve into static, plunging the room into darkness as the projector fell silent. Retrieving the diary, I sensed a presence beside me, a fleeting touch, a warm breath, then nothing but the fading scent of jasmine. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage gown briefly materialized against the dark screen, a silent gesture of farewell or greeting before vanishing into the shadows. Years later, the faint scent of jasmine still lingers during old movie viewings, a reminder of unseen eyes watching, waiting for a kindred soul to share in the poignant allure of unfinished stories. Story 17, as I delved into the treasures hidden in my attic, a sense of nostalgia enveloped me. Among the dusty relics, my fingers brushed against an antique radio, its once polished dial now weathered, its speakers silent. It sat there, a silent sentinel of bygone days, until one serene night when the stillness was shattered by crackling static that breathed life into the dormant device. From the chaos of white noise emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the bittersweet essence of aged metal and forgotten dreams. Each sound that escaped the radio felt like a whisper from a past eager to be remembered, pulling at the strings of my curiosity. Intrigued, I found myself irresistibly drawn to spend more time in the attic, the space imbued with a peculiar charm. Dust motes pirouetted in the slender moonlight that filtered through the small window, casting a magical glow over the forgotten relics. The wooden floorboards, weathered by time, murmured softly beneath my footsteps as I navigated my way to the corner where the radio perched on an ancient oak table, its mahogany surface dulled by the weight of years gone by. Every evening, as the sky painted itself in gentle watercolors, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual became my sanctuary, as natural as the ebb and flow of breath tuning the brass dial, watching the soft amber radiance of the vacuum tubes flicker to life, and then waiting. Sometimes the radio remained silent, offering only the soothing hiss of static akin to a gentle rain falling on a tin roof. But on those special nights, pregnant with promise, the extraordinary unfolded before me. The music did not burst forth abruptly, but unfurled gradually from the veil of static, like a delicate photograph developing in the dim red light of a dark room. The melodies that graced my ears were unlike any I had ever heard, ethereal waltzes that seemed to drift on unseen currents, jazz tunes that whispered of smoky speakeasies lost to time, and voices singing in languages foreign yet achingly familiar. One autumn evening, as the wind danced through the trees outside, a shift occurred in the radio's transmissions. Amidst the musical tapestries, distinct words emerged, soft and clear. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice bore no discernible traits of age or gender, yet it carried a warmth that resonated deep within me, igniting a spark of recognition. I embarked on a journey to record these enigmatic messages, filling the pages of a journal with observations of lunar phases, weather patterns, and elusive patterns. The cryptic songs seemed to respond to the whispers of my thoughts, while the voices spoke of memories foreign to my own, yet rooted in my soul. Winter descended, cloaking the attic in frost and shadow, but I remained ensconced in the cocoon of sound spun by the radio. There were nights when I would drift into slumber in the armchair, only to awaken to the ethereal music still caressing the air, its tendrils weaving themselves into the fabric of my dreams. In that liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, the figures behind the voices materialized, ephemeral and elusive, their forms shifting like wisps of smoke in the dim light. The pinnacle of wonder arrived on a night when snow blanketed the world outside in hushed serenity, muffling all sounds save for the whispers of the radio. It was then that the radio, with a voice as intimate as a cherished memory, recounted details of my childhood, long buried beneath the sands of time, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a beloved pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me, as if I were being gently guided back to the essence of my being. With the passage of time, subtle transformations seeped into my existence. Colors took on a vibrant hue, memories shimmered with newfound clarity, and dreams unfurled with profound significance. The radio's influence transcended beyond its melodic whispers, stirring dormant embers within me, awakening a symphony of melodies that reverberated in harmony with my heartbeat. On quiet nights when the radio fell silent, I pondered the enigma of existence itself. How many layers of reality enveloped us, veiled from sight yet palpably present? How many frequencies of life harmonized in the symphony of the universe, just beyond the scope of our perception? The radio ceased to be a mere machine, transforming into a mystical portal that offered glimpses into realms parallel to our own. I refrained from dissecting its inner workings, for I sensed that its magic, if indeed it was magic, resided not in its tangible components, but in the intangible space between reality and imagination. Perhaps the true marvel lay not in the radio itself, but in its ability to attune me to frequencies that resonated deep within my soul, frequencies that had always lingered, waiting to be heard. As I pen down these chronicles, the radio continues its nocturnal serenades, shrouded in a veil of mystery that eludes comprehension. Yet in the soft crackle of its speakers and the gentle hum of its tubes, I have unearthed a different kind of truth, a truth that speaks not to the mind, but to the heart, whispering of memories unclaimed, yet intimately known. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes has become my beacon in the night, casting a warm luminescence that guides me through the realms of slumber. And in those fleeting moments before sleep claims me, I wonder if somewhere in the vast expanse of existence, another soul is attuned to their own enigmatic radio, where the echoes of my life intertwine with theirs, all connected by ethereal waves of sound and memory, dancing through the tapestry of the night in eternal harmony. Story 18. One hazy evening, amidst the labyrinth of city streets, my wandering gaze caught sight of a peculiar rhyme etched upon a weathered brick wall. The verses, worn yet melodic, carried a mysterious tune that seemed to echo through the cool, rain-scented air. It felt as though the very soul of the city whispered an ancient secret, reserved only for those willing to listen. Intrigued, I drew closer to the wall, my fingertips tracing the grooves of time on the aged brick surface. The words pulsated under my touch, their ink existing in a realm between past and present, neither fully fresh nor completely faded. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow alleyway, rustling fallen leaves and carrying murmurs of distant life. It was then that I noticed the enigmatic detail each line of the rhyme bore unique handwriting style, as if penned by different souls across time. Some letters flowed with graceful cursive curves, while others stood rigid and precise, yet all harmonized in an eerie unity. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow that danced with shadows on the wall as night descended. When I tried to illuminate the text with my phone, a strange phenomenon unfolded. The words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under the artificial light, playing tricks on my perception. Blinking in disbelief, I focused on committing the verses to memory. They settled effortlessly in my mind, as if they had always resided there, waiting to be unearthed rather than learned. The rhyme spoke of shadowy companions walking beside us, of memories dwelling in the gaps between moments, and of a silent melody only the walls could hear. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that mysterious wall. Whether in dreams or waking hours, the verses surfaced in my thoughts, beckoning me with an otherworldly allure. I observed passers-by, their fingers trailing the brick surface just as mine had done, their expressions distant as if attuned to a melody beyond my grasp. With time, similar rhymes appeared on various walls across the city, each linking to the last like verses in an infinite poem. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a blend of authors weaving a cryptic message across the urban landscape. I documented each discovery, capturing blurred images that resisted being fully captured, as if eluding concrete definition. Delving deeper into this enigma, my perception subtly shifted. Street noises took on rhythmic patterns, traffic hums transforming into distant harmonies, and even raindrops falling in a coded cadence that teased at understanding. On quiet nights, I stood before the original wall where it all began. The words hovered in that liminal space between reality and imagination, unchanged by time. Occasionally, strangers joined me, drawn by an inexplicable force, their silent contemplation mirroring my own. The rhyme hinted at a bygone era when cities breathed with life, walls retained memories, and streets echoed with the footfalls of countless souls. It whispered of a hidden realm intertwined with our own, visible solely to those who paused to listen. Some nights a soft hum seemed to emanate from the bricks themselves, a soothing lullaby woven of urban echoes and forgotten dreams. Seasons passed, and I observed the words adapting to their surroundings, shimmering in summer's heat, flowing like liquid in autumn rains, and crystallizing under winter frost. Presently I visit the wall routinely, having memorized every verse long ago. Occasional additions appear, new lines blending seamlessly with the old, the family of handwriting styles expanding with each passing day. The mystery endures, captivating each reader in a unique way, some departing with tranquil smiles, others carrying a pensive gaze that lingers. We return, drawn by an unspoken pact of perpetual discovery within those ancient words. The allure of the rhyme persists unsolved, a testament to the enduring enigma that weaves through our urban tapestry. Amidst a world unraveled by science and technology, the presence of lingering mysteries offers solace, reminding us of the hidden wonders within the spaces between streetlights and the whispers of age-old walls. As night descends and the city's nocturnal melody unfolds, I ponder the unknown authors whose hands have contributed to this endless poem. Do they still roam the streets, adding to their cryptic creation? Have our paths crossed, united by invisible threads of shared comprehension, all part of a narrative that inscribes itself on the margins of our urban existence? Story 19. In the hushed stillness of midnight, nestled in the coziness of my bed, a stray echo drifted to my ears, a voice both hauntingly familiar and achingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside wove together in a spectral harmony, evoking memories of something or someone I had long believed to be lost to time. That night, my bedroom seemed to possess a different aura. Moonbeams filtered through the window, casting silver patterns on the walls, shapes that seemed to pulse with a subtle breath of their own. The air carried a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm, where all things hold their breath in anticipation. Shadows lurked in the corners, pooling deeper than usual, as if conspiring to share whispered secrets amongst themselves. Once more the voice caressed my consciousness, a delicate melody on the edge of perception. It echoed like wind chimes in a soft breeze, its notes both soothing and etched with a hint of melancholy. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a gentle whisper of fabric. The wooden floor beneath my feet felt cool and sturdy, grounding me in reality even as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating through my home at night had always been a ritual guided by muscle memory and cautious steps, yet that night each room exuded an unfamiliar vibe. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seeming to absorb the dim light rather than bounce it back. Family photos gazed at me with distant eyes behind their glass prisons, their once familiar faces now tinged with an aura of remoteness. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where shelves of books stood in silent rows, their spines creating a mosaic of muted colors in the shadows. My favorite reading chair sat unoccupied, yet an air of anticipation lingered around it, as if someone had just vacated the seat. The leather still retained a warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft amber glow that pulsed ever so subtly with each phantom murmur. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst the collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart, its sleeve bearing the marks of numerous touchings. I couldn't recall the last time I had handled it, yet there it lay, patient and expectant like a silent messenger. The dust cover of the record player was lifted, a detail that struck me as odd since I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost of its own accord, my hands reached for the record. The lamp's light danced on the vinyl's surface, creating concentric rings of reflection that drew me in like a mesmerizing enchantment. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my aid, and a melody began to play, but not the expected symphony. Instead, raindrops on a tin roof mingled with distant piano notes, emerging from the depths of my recollections. The voice intertwined with these sounds, clearer now, uttering words that felt like fragments of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer nights on a swing, of vows exchanged under a starlit sky, and of time slipping away like sand through fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of the pendulum stretching into an eternity. The voice now wove tales of her, reminding me of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands diligently at work while the same lamp bathed us in its warm glow. Had she known of this voice, had she left me a message that I was only just beginning to decipher? The room's temperature shifted subtly, creating eddies of air that caused the light from the lamp to dance. Shadows took on varying shades of darkness, revealing intricate designs reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, patterns that seemed to harbor hidden significance. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace enveloping me, I allowed the voice's ethereal soliloquy to wash over me. Its cadence synced with the pendulum's rhythm, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. My fingers traced the well-worn grooves on the chair's armrests, following the imprints left by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in tandem with the voice, their contents shifting imperceptibly. A particular volume caught my gaze, a collection of poetry gifted by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glimmered faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice was reciting verses I had once read to her during her final days. Time flowed like thick honey in winter, rich with significance yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, its words just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections that transcended epochs, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the silences between heartbeats. As dawn tiptoed closer, its gray tendrils seeping through the window, the voice began to fade. The record spun silently, the needle tracing its endless circular path. The lamp's glow pulsated one final time, and in that fleeting moment, a profound realization dawned on me about the essence of remembrance and absence, about how certain voices never truly depart, they merely bide their time to whisper their truths. When morning bathed the room in full light, I found myself still nestled in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. Save for a lone book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations, there was no tangible trace of my nocturnal sojourn. Whether it had been a dream or reality mattered less than the residual emotion it left in its wake, a sensation of being linked to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice had faded with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle assurance that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than elucidated. And in the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the space between comprehension and wonderment, where the most exquisite mysteries found their dwelling place. Story 20. In the hush of a moonlit night, I embarked on a solitary journey to an ancient observatory nestled on the outskirts of a quiet town. Amongst the silent sentinels of telescopes and faded star charts, a hidden treasure awaited my discovery, a mural of intricately carved eyes adorning a weathered wall. The celestial expanse outside intertwined with a mysterious luminosity within, as a gentle zephyr, tinged with the scent of ozone and aged parchment, whispered secrets of the cosmos, hinting that the structure itself was a sentinel, safeguarding enigmatic knowledge from a time long past. Upon crossing the threshold of the time-worn entrance, the flow of time seemed to languidly unravel. My flashlight's beam unveiled ancient wooden floors, their grooves reminiscent of frozen rivers, softly murmuring beneath my footsteps in the ethereal glow. The atmosphere hung heavy with a profound stillness, bearing the weight of endless nights spent observing the celestial tapestry above. Venturing further into the circular chamber, my focus was drawn to the forsaken instruments. A colossal telescope, its brass dulled by the passage of time, stood pointed steadfastly towards the heavens through the dome's aperture. Scattered papers strewn around its base bore cryptic calculations in faded ink, like whispers from a bygone era, their yellowed surfaces adorned with intricate mathematical symbols. The eyes etched into the wall, which had captured my attention earlier, seemed to follow my every movement. Not menacing, but rather exuding a sense of patient observation, as though they had borne witness to countless cosmic phenomena throughout the ages. Some eyes were deeply engraved into the stone, while others shimmered with a faint translucence, reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, forming lazy spirals that danced in the moon's silver beams. The mingling scents of aged books and metal intertwined with an otherworldly fragrance, evoking memories of meteor showers and the elusive aurora borealis. My steps led me to a corner where an antique desk stood, adorned with star charts from eras long past. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a peculiar anomaly. The constellations depicted on the oldest charts did not align with their modern counterparts. Initially attributing this discrepancy to the document's age, a realization dawned upon me as I delved deeper into the charts. The stars seemed to have shifted gradually, not in accordance with typical astronomical patterns, but as if the firmament itself had subtly rearranged its cosmic mosaic over time. With a soft sigh, the drawers of the desk yielded leather-bound journals filled with meticulously penned observations. Accounts of watchful eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns adorned the pages, accompanied by precise measurements and calculations. Despite the cool night air, a curious warmth emanated from the ancient stone walls. Tracing my fingers along the surface, I sensed a subtle vibration, akin to the slumbering heartbeat of a colossal being. The carved eyes appeared to pulsate in sync with this rhythm, though the shifting shadows cast a veil of uncertainty over their motion. Time ebbed and flowed within that celestial sanctuary, minutes stretching into languorous hours as I unraveled its mysteries. Yet when I glanced at my watch, mere moments had slipped away. The dome above groaned and shifted intermittently, as though tracking an unseen celestial phenomenon without any visible mechanism. In a journal entry penned decades ago, an intrepid astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial entity unlike any other a being that transcended conventional classification. This enigmatic presence seemed to gaze upon Earth with the same intensity as Earth beheld it. The writer's hand, typically steady, quivered towards the entry's conclusion, not out of fear, but due to a profound sense of mutual recognition. As the night deepened, a profound realization dawned upon me. The observatory had not been forsaken. It had evolved into something beyond mere mortal comprehension. The carved eyes were not mere ornamentation, but heralds of a metamorphosis. The edifice had metamorphosed into a living conduit, bridging the realms of earthly observers and cosmic beholders. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched in awe as the stars traced their celestial paths across the dome's opening. The eyes embedded in the walls pulsed with the rhythms of the cosmos, and I felt my essence harmonize with their timeless vigil. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, as did the line between watcher and watched. With the approach of dawn, a sense of duty beckoned me to depart, yet I departed forever changed by my communion with the watching eyes. The observatory had imparted its cryptic wisdom. The universe did not observe us from a distance. It had always gazed back through eyes both celestial and sculpted. Casting a final glance over my shoulder as I departed into the early light, the observatory stood in silent reverence against the waning stars, its dome fixed towards an imperceptible focal point among the fading constellations. Though I revisit the observatory sporadically, I never linger as I did on that inaugural night. The carved eyes endure, eternal sentinels in their cosmic vigil, a poignant reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, we are both audience and actors. Perhaps the most profound revelation gleaned from that ethereal encounter was that true enlightenment transcends mere words or rationale. It resides within the tranquil spaces between starlight and shadow, in the gentle thrum of ancient stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the universe since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not a puzzle to be solved. It was an experience to be cherished, a living testament that certain enigmas are best shrouded in the velvety embrace of ambiguity. Story 21. In the hushed embrace of an early morning meadow, I found myself entranced by a peculiar marvel. As the sun's first light kissed the earth, I beheld a sight that defied explanation. Dewdrops, like glistening jewels, had coalesced into intricate, tiny letters, a cryptic script woven by nature's hand. The air was alive with the fragrance of damp soil and wild blossoms, casting a spell of tranquility over the land. A sense of intimacy enveloped me, as if this ephemeral message whispered secrets meant for my eyes alone. The mist lingered, a soft veil veiling the world in a tender, pearly-gray cloak. Kneeling down, I drew closer to the dew-kissed grass, my breath stirring delicate ripples in the moist air. The letters gleamed and cavorted, their forms teasingly just beyond grasp. Each stroke and curve resembled intricate calligraphy etched in liquid crystal, a dance of elegance and mystery. Day after day, I returned to that enchanted meadow, drawn by an unseen force. New messages unfurled with the dawn, their significance tantalizingly elusive. The dew script metamorphosed under the sun's caress, shifting from clarity to abstract patterns that melded into the verdant carpet. At times, foreign words emerged, foreign tongues whispered in the intricate designs, both familiar and foreign. The gentle murmur of the wind through the grass and the early bird's serenade became my companions, accompanying my daily reverie. With a leather-bound journal as my witness, I chronicled these ethereal communications, my fingers tracing the faint dampness of the pages. The paper bore a slight ripple, a memory of the dew's touch from which the letters sprung forth. On a misty morn, a change stirred in the script, spiraling outward in a mesmerizing mandala. An aura of silent energy enveloped the meadow, muffling familiar sounds as if nature held its breath. My skin tingled with anticipation as I followed the intricate spiral, seeking to decipher its enigmatic code. The messages transcended the meadow, manifesting in unexpected places. They materialized in the window condensation, aligned with precision, and danced in the steam of my morning tea. Even frost-kissed leaves bore traces of this enigmatic language. In dreams, the script wove surreal tales, liquid silver flowing through shadowy realms of whispers and echoes. Secrets unfurled in voices of rustling leaves and distant chimes, tantalizingly close yet just beyond grasp. Each sunrise brought a fleeting glimpse of understanding, slipping away like water through cupped hands. The journal burgeoned with sketches and notations, a testament to this gentle mystery that captivated my soul. Hours turned to days as I delved deeper into the interplay of patterns, sensing a cosmic dialogue between earth and sky. Winter's chill brought sparse messages, treasured moments on crystal-clear mornings when the frost etched delicate scripts that shimmered like diamonds. Years have passed, yet the meadow's allure endures, its messages dwindling but not forgotten. Perhaps their purpose was to guide me to this state of serene contemplation, where the art of observation reveals morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still adorns grass and leaf in perfect droplets, though the letters have faded. Yet in their absence, I discern a new narrative and ode to the beauty of mystery unsolved. The journal, a repository of dawn's revelations, now reveals shifting patterns that mirror the ever-changing world. Understanding, it seems, was never the ultimate goal. The true gift lies in moments of wonder, in embracing life's enigmatic marvels with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow remains my sanctuary, where the ordinary and extraordinary converge in the soft glow of daybreak. Though the crystalline messages remain a mystery, their essence has imprinted upon my spirit, teaching me that life's profundity lies not in answers, but in the unfolding questions. Story 22. Driving down a rugged stretch of coastline, my gaze fixated on an abandoned lighthouse standing resolute against the crashing waves. Its weathered facade, adorned with faded red paint and crumbling stones, emitted a quiet sorrow, as if it held within its walls the lament of lost sailors and forgotten dreams. Amidst the relentless howling of the wind and the tang of salt in the air, a soft, mournful whisper seemed to float out from the lighthouse, a melancholic melody carried by the embrace of the night. I felt compelled to pull over, my car's headlights casting long, eerie shadows on the worn path leading to the lighthouse. Each footstep I took on the gravel path was deliberate, the soft crunch beneath my feet adding a rhythm to the heavy evening air, laden with both moisture and memories. As dusk settled in, delicate spirals of mist enveloped the tower's base, resembling ghostly fingers reaching upward into the darkening sky. To my surprise, the door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle groan that harmonized with the mournful whispers that lingered in the air. Stepping inside, I was engulfed by the aroma of aged wood and sea salt, intermingled with a sweeter scent, perhaps remnants of lamp oil from days long past. Ascending the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each step reverberated with a hollow echo, as if the lighthouse itself was acknowledging my presence. The wooden steps, smoothed by the passage of countless feet before mine, creaked softly under my weight, as if welcoming me into the heart of the lighthouse. Through salt-crusted windows, I caught glimpses of the darkening sky painted in deep purples and blues, pulsating with an otherworldly energy that seemed to infuse the very essence of the lighthouse. The keeper's quarters, situated just below the lantern room, exuded an aura of suspended time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature galaxies suspended in space. An open logbook on a simple wooden desk, its pages tinged yellow with age, bore the last entry from decades past. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window that drew my attention, its subtle movement defying the stillness of the air. As my eyes wandered, I noticed the numerous photographs adorning the walls, each depicting the lighthouse at different times of day and seasons, always with the same figure gazing out to sea from the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her presence a constant in every image, embodying a sense of waiting, watching, and yearning. The whisper grew more pronounced as I ascended to the lantern room, not quite a voice but a lingering memory, carrying undertones of longing and patience. The grand Fresnel lens commanded the circular space, refracting the dwindling twilight into a myriad of rainbow fragments that danced across the room. It struck me as peculiar how something long abandoned could remain so immaculately pristine. Entranced by the rhythmic sweep of distant waves below, I was captivated when the first notes of a haunting melody filled the air. Clear and pure, akin to crystal singing, the music emanated from within the lighthouse, evoking a profound sense of beauty tinged with unyielding sorrow that tugged at my heartstrings. It spoke of nights without end, of ships lost at sea, of a love that persevered even beyond the confines of death. A sudden chill enveloped me, and a presence seemed to materialize beside me, carrying the scents of lavender and sea spray that mingled in the air. In the reflection of the lens, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman in a pale dress, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Yet when I turned to face her, she vanished, leaving behind only the echo of her song intertwined with the whispering wind. I resisted the urge to flee, feeling a profound reverence for the melancholy that enveloped the lighthouse. Descending slowly, each step measured and deliberate, the photographs on the walls seemed to have transformed, the woman's visage more defined, her expression a blend of hope and resignation. I comprehended then that she was not imprisoned within these walls. She had chosen to remain steadfast in her eternal vigil. Sitting in my car for a prolonged moment, I watched as the first stars emerged above the lighthouse, the whisper now a gentle companion rather than an enigma. It served as a poignant reminder that some bonds transcend time, some duties endure beyond the veil of death. Even now, years later, on tranquil nights when the wind carries a certain cadence, I can almost hear that haunting melody, envisioning her standing resolutely in her lantern room, a beacon of light in the darkness, watching over lost souls. Not all places haunted by the past are meant to evoke fear, I have come to realize. Some exist solely to impart the enduring truth that love, duty, and memory are forces of unparalleled strength, capable of resonating through eternity with the tenderness of a whispered hymn. Story 23. In the quiet confines of my attic, where time itself seemed to slow to a gentle crawl, I stumbled upon a forgotten photograph nestled within the pages of an old, weathered album. The image captured a moment frozen in the embrace of bygone decades, its colors muted by the passage of years. As my gaze lingered upon it, a subtle shift in the scene unfolded before me, as though the figures trapped within the frame were whispering a tale long obscured by the veil of time. A soft fragrance, a delicate dance of old roses and aged parchment, wafted through the air, weaving a tapestry of memories around me. I found myself drawn deeper into the photograph's embrace, the late afternoon sunlight filtering through the dusty window to cast a warm, golden hue upon the wooden floorboards below. Settling into the embrace of an ancient rocking chair, its rhythmic creak a lullaby to my senses, I traced the worn edges of the photograph with reverent fingertips, each imperfection a whisper of the past. The scene captured a garden party from an era of elegance long past, where ladies draped in flowing gowns and gentlemen adorned in finery stood frozen in a moment of shared revelry. Their smiles, gentle and enigmatic, seemed to hold within them untold secrets of days gone by. In the backdrop, a grand Victorian mansion loomed, its windows reflecting the fading light of a distant sunset. Amongst the assembled figures, one in particular beckoned to me with an allure I couldn't quite grasp. A woman clad in a gown as white as pearls stood slightly apart from the gathered throng, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an inscrutable expression. As my eyes traced her features, a chill crept into the attic air, the scent of roses growing ever more potent, a silent symphony of fragrances enveloping me. In a moment of quiet surrender, I closed my eyes, allowing the attic's hushed embrace to envelop me completely. And when I opened them once more, a subtle change had taken hold. The very essence of light within the photograph seemed to shift, pulsing with a newfound radiance that breathed life into the captured moment. The woman in white, her form ethereal and enigmatic, appeared to move within the frame, her hand outstretched towards a hidden realm just beyond reach. Transfixed by this spectral dance, I found myself submerged in a sensory dreamscape where the boundaries of past and present blurred into a seamless tapestry of existence. The whispers of a bygone gramophone mingled with the creaking of my rocking chair, while the scents of roses, Earl Grey tea, and freshly baked pastries intertwined in a tantalizing ballet of aromas. As the tableau before me continued to unfurl, the figures within the photograph gained a depth and vibrancy previously unseen, their forms breathing with a life all their own. The woman in white, her presence growing ever more pronounced, bore a pendant that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting prisms of light that danced upon the attic walls. The temperature within the attic plummeted, a shiver coursing through me as I pulled my sweater tight around my shoulders. Shadows lengthened, stretching like fingers across the floor, yet the photograph's luminescence remained undimmed. Details once obscured now came into focus: a teacup poised delicately on a garden table, a butterfly suspended in flight, its wings quivering in an unseen breeze. Time itself seemed to ebb and flow as I sat transfixed, the woman's gaze locking with mine across the expanse of decades, a silent communion passing between us. The pendant at her throat gleamed once more, a mirror to one long tucked away in my grandmother's jewelry box, a connection forged in the mists of memory. As evening descended outside the attic window, casting the world into shadow, the photograph gradually returned to its dormant state. The figures stilled, the glow faded, and the strains of music faded into the ether, leaving only the lingering scent of roses mingled with the musty air of the attic. With a sense of quiet reverence, I carefully returned the photograph to its rightful place within the album, knowing that its secrets would patiently await my return. Descending the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant pressed against my chest, a talisman of stories whispered across generations. In the hushed stillness of the evening, the echo of a distant waltz seemed to linger in the air, a reminder of mysteries half revealed and moments lost to time's relentless tide. Some questions, I realized, are best left to drift as gentle enigmas, suspended in the liminal space between what once was and what may yet be. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her secret with me, a fragment of a story woven into the fabric of time itself. And perhaps in the quiet recesses of memory, such tales are meant to be savored like fleeting dreams, emerging from the shadows only when the heart is ready to receive them, before fading once more into the soft twilight of remembrance. Story 24. On a somber afternoon, amidst my daily mail, an unmarked envelope caught my eye. Within its folds, a yellowed paper held handwritten words that stirred unfamiliar memories within me. The air carried hints of ancient ink and soothing lavender, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. As I ran my fingers over the delicate paper, its edges softened by the passage of time, raindrops played a gentle melody on my window, harmonizing with the rhythm of my heart. A warm aura from my reading lamp enveloped the room, casting an amber glow that made the elegant script on the letter dance before my eyes. "My dearest friend," the letter whispered, "I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared precious days." Curiously, I had no recollection of such a place, yet as I delved into the words, sunlight bathed my skin and the distant ocean's song serenaded my ears. Beside me, the fireplace crackled softly, a comforting presence as I journeyed deeper into the narrative. Each sentence seemed to unlock a hidden chamber of memories distant yet intimately known. The scent of sea breeze and freshly mown grass, the sensation of smooth floorboards underfoot, the whisper of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze, all painted vivid images in my mind. The letter recounted afternoon teas in delicate china adorned with blue flowers, hushed conversations in a perennial garden, and a mysterious locked room on the third floor. With every description, the memories swelled, becoming more tangible, though I was certain they were not mine to claim. My cat nestled in my lap, her purrs a lullaby as I turned to the next page, grounding me in the present while my mind wandered through these ethereal recollections. The script remained steady, detailing events that felt as real as the chair I sat in. Strolls through misty gardens, flickering shadows in candlelit rooms, phantom piano melodies in empty spaces. The familiar creak of my home's floorboards seemed to echo those of the summer house, as if the two places shared an unseen connection. The scent of lavender enveloped me, pervading the room with memories not my own, yet somehow belonging. Or did they? Secrets shared, unspoken understandings, promises woven in whispers. The letter spoke of a locket always worn, bearing a photograph of two unknown women in front of a grand estate. My hand sought the locket on my bare neck, yet its phantom weight lingered, a ghostly reminder of a life unlived. Outside, the rain whispered cryptic messages, blending with the letter's tales of rainy days spent in a library where books' titles shifted surreptitiously. The final page approached, the ink fading as if the words themselves yearned to become memories. A shared decision altering reality, a midnight ritual in the garden under a disorienting moon. The letter's conclusion hinted at both closure and commencement. Remember, dear friend, that memories flow more freely than we realize. Our truths are but chosen narratives. This letter may offer a new path or unveil the one you chose to bury. Signed with a cryptic initial that eluded my focus, the letter held a mystique that lingered even as I folded it back into its creases. My reflection in the window seemed to shift momentarily under the lamplight, a face familiar yet foreign gazing back at me. The rain subsided, the scent of lavender waning. With a gentle reverence, I returned the letter to its envelope, knowing that the memories, whether borrowed or born of my own mind, had forever altered my perception. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the distant melodies of waves and piano caressed me, the phantom weight of a non-existent locket a comforting presence against my skin. Story 25. As I ascended a set of time-worn stone steps nestled in a hidden courtyard, My eyes caught sight of an unfamiliar symbol deeply etched into the weathered surface. Bathed in a faint, ethereal glow under the dappled light filtering through the foliage above, the symbol beckoned to me with a silent allure. The cool, earthy scent of moss and aged stone enveloped me, stirring a sense of wonder within my soul. I stood transfixed, drawn to the enigmatic carving as if it held the key to a long-forgotten secret buried in the annals of time. Its intricate design, a dance of swirling patterns interwoven with sharp angles, seemed to shift and morph with each subtle change in perspective. Kneeling down to examine it closer, the once chilled stone now radiated a gentle warmth under my touch, defying the crispness of the autumn air that surrounded me. A soft breeze rustled through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of sweet floral blooms and the gentle decay of autumn leaves. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to those steps, mesmerized by the way the waning sunlight caressed the weathered surface, causing the symbol to pulse with a soft inner light. The more I delved into its mysteries, the more peculiarities I unearthed within the courtyard. The ivy creeping along the nearby walls shied away from the marked step, leaving behind a perfect circle of exposed stone. On hushed evenings, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the surface, a haunting melody that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. One particular visit prompted me to bring along my sketchbook, intent on capturing the symbol's essence on paper. As my hand sketched its contours, it moved with a fluidity that felt almost guided by an unseen hand. The resulting drawing revealed intricate details previously unnoticed, minuscule markings surrounding the main symbol, forming what appeared to be cryptic words in a script unknown to me. Curiously, upon my return the following day, those additional markings had shifted ever so slightly, as if rearranging themselves in a silent, celestial dance. With the days growing shorter and the sun setting earlier, I timed my visits to coincide with the golden hour when shadows stretched long across the courtyard. In that ephemeral light, a revelation awaited me. At the precise angle of the setting sun, the symbol cast a shadow that extended toward a concealed alcove, hidden from casual view. Within this shadowed enclave lay a cluster of similar symbols, each distinct yet intricately linked to the first. As winter crept closer, blanketing the courtyard in frosty stillness, the symbol seemed to resist the icy embrace that enveloped its surroundings. While the other steps glistened with a delicate frost each morning, the marked area remained untouched, as if shielded by an unseen warmth. On frostbitten nights, a wispy mist would rise from the symbol, twisting into ephemeral shapes that almost resembled letters before vanishing into the wintry air. Dreams of the symbol haunted my slumber, transforming it into gateways and pathways leading to realms just beyond my grasp, leaving behind a lingering sense of tranquility upon awakening. During my waking hours, an unfamiliar melody hummed at the edge of my consciousness, its soothing cadence echoing the whispers of waves and the rustle of ancient trees in a long-forgotten forest. One twilight, as I sat atop the steps watching daylight fade into dusk, a venerable woman materialized in the courtyard. Silent and graceful, she traced the symbol with a weathered finger, causing the humming to crescendo faintly around us. For a fleeting moment, the air shimmered with a myriad of luminous points, akin to stars plucked from the heavens and scattered at our feet. But when I turned to address her, she had vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only a smooth stone that fit snugly in my hand. Upon closer inspection, the stone bore a miniature version of the symbol etched into its surface, a token of her enigmatic presence. Now I returned daily to the steps, the stone nestled in my pocket like a cherished relic, The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, yet I've come to accept that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than deciphered, experienced rather than rationalized. The symbol etched on those ancient steps has transformed into a portal of introspection, a gentle nudge that reminds me of the lingering magic and mystery concealed beneath the facade of the mundane. In the quiet interludes between day and night, I fancy I hear the old woman's voice carried on the evening zephyrs, humming that haunting, beautiful melody. Though the true significance of the symbol eludes me, I've found solace in its presence, a quiet reassurance that not all mysteries require unraveling to be cherished. Story 26. In the quiet solitude of my home, a forgotten corner beckoned me to uncover its secrets. Among the old belongings, an antique desk stood sentinel, its locked drawer a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a gentle push and a soft click, the drawer yielded to my curiosity, revealing a fragile note nestled within. The paper, aged and yellowed, bore the elegant script of a bygone era, hinting at untold stories of the house's past. A delicate scent of cedar and ink wafted from the unfolded note, as if whispering of hidden truths waiting to be discovered. The evening light filtered through lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon the worn desk. The room embraced me in a hushed anticipation, a tranquility akin to the calm before a gentle rain. The note bore witness to a distant time, beginning with words penned in a flowing script of yesteryears. "My dearest friend," it read, drawing me deeper into its enigmatic tale. Each sentence unfurled a tapestry of peculiar events that had unfolded within the very walls around me, echoes of unseen footsteps, objects shifting in silence, and the enigmatic appearance of fresh blooms in a timeless vase under the full moon's gaze. Lost in the narrative, I sank into the embrace of my chair, spellbound by the revelations within the note. The writer spoke of a hidden chamber veiled within the house's structure, a sanctuary of memories cloaked in mystery. The steady cadence of the grandfather clock's ticking filled the room, its pendulum swinging in a hypnotic rhythm, weaving a thread of continuity through the unfolding story. Within the hidden room, the writer had unearthed an ancient journal, its pages a testament to lives entwined with the house's very essence. These were not mere chronicles, but whispers of dreams shared across generations, conversations that transcended the boundaries of time itself. As dusk descended outside, I ignited an antique brass lamp, bathing the room in a soft, golden glow that illuminated the pages before me. References to cryptic symbols etched into door frames hinted at a hidden path, a map leading to the chamber of memories. Fingertips traced the edges of the note, following the writer's quest to decipher the enigmatic symbols that held the key to unlocking the hidden room. The moon's phases, noted in the writer's musings, played a role in illuminating the path, unveiling a celestial dance mirrored in the shadows cast by swaying branches outside. The house, it seemed, bore witness to the passage of time, cradling memories within its walls like a guardian of forgotten tales. As the note drew to a close, a revelation stirred within its cryptic lines, dreams that transcended mere slumber, visions of a woman in azure robes, her silent smile a harbinger of unspoken truths. In a final enigmatic message, the note spoke of the stroke of midnight and the moon's gentle touch, offering a tantalizing promise of revelation to those attuned to the whispers of the heart. Breath held in rapt attention, I absorbed the words, feeling the timeless weight of the house's history settle around me like a comforting shroud. With a sense of reverence, I carefully folded the note, my gaze drawn to a faint sketch adorning its edge. A familiar pattern tugged at the edges of my memory, a puzzle waiting to be solved. The room dimmed, enveloping me in a cocoon of shadows, save for the warm glow of the lamp that bathed the desk in its gentle radiance. The house stirred around me, alive with the echoes of untold stories, each creak and shift a whispered invitation to delve deeper into its mysteries. Returning the note to its resting place, I left the drawer unlocked, a silent pact with the secrets yet to be unveiled. As darkness descended, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air, a prelude to revelations yet to come. The rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock persisted, a comforting lullaby in the stillness of the night. In the distance, a church bell tolled, its chimes a gentle reminder of the passing hours. Lost in contemplation, I listened to the fading echoes, my thoughts consumed by the enigma of the note and the mysteries it held. And in that quiet moment, as the last reverberation melted into silence, a whisper brushed against my senses, the rustle of fabric, the ghostly trail of a blue dress passing through the veil of night. Story 27. Drawn by an unexplainable yearning for exploration, I ventured into an ancient theater on the outskirts of town. Once grand and majestic, it now stood in a state of gentle decay. The ornate balconies and plush velvet seats whispered tales of a time long past, filled with applause and dramatic performances. Stepping onto the weathered stage, a soft, echoing voice reached my ears, weaving lines infused with both sorrow and a deep sense of longing. The sound lingered, bouncing off the aged walls, mingling with the musty aroma of neglected dreams and ancient curtains, leaving me to ponder if the theater was truly devoid of presence. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a quiet symphony of rustling papers and faint murmurs that seemed to echo from distant corners. Each step I took on the creaking stage was met with a soft sigh from the wooden boards beneath my feet. The air hung heavy with a peculiar thickness, as if I were walking through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung in silence, its dusty crystals occasionally catching glimmers of light filtering through high windows, painting delicate patterns that danced along the walls. My curiosity led me to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay shrouded in sheets resembling gentle waves under the dim light. The voice I had heard earlier seemed to emanate from this direction, though now it faded to a mere whisper. Among the relics of performances past, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age yet retaining an otherworldly gleam. As I drew closer, the temperature dropped subtly, creating a cool but not unwelcoming atmosphere. The mirror seemed to pulse with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. In its reflection, I caught glimpses of movements that did not align with my own, like ethereal shadows of performers from a bygone era still perfecting their art. The voice grew slightly clearer, a woman, perhaps, reciting lines from what sounded like a tragic love story. Her words possessed a melodic quality that felt both comforting and melancholic. Time seemed to warp within this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costume pieces carrying faint traces of long-forgotten perfumes. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten nooks of the theater. In the orchestra pit, ancient sheet music lay scattered across weathered stands, the notes faded but still visible, as if anticipating the return of musicians to breathe life back into them. As evening descended, the shifting light filtering through the windows cast elongated shadows that appeared to move with purpose across the empty seats. The voice grew stronger, yet never rising above a soft murmur. I found myself settled in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, watching as dust particles danced in the waning sunlight. The theater seemed to pulsate around me, its walls expanding and contracting as if bearing the weight of countless tales. In this moment of tranquility, I came to realize that the voice was not directed at any individual, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each uttered word carried shards of performances past, of standing ovations and tearful goodbyes, of premiere nights and final curtain calls. The soothing rhythm of the voice wove these memories into a delicate tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. As night descended, a new dimension unfolded within the darkness. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, filling the space with a warm resonance that caused the very air to vibrate with a gentle energy. The words grew clearer, yet their true meaning eluded my grasp, akin to recalling a fleeting dream upon waking. The moonlight now caught the chandelier above, casting subtle rainbow refractions that danced across the ceiling like northern lights. I drifted between wakefulness and slumber, the voice serving as a gentle lullaby, the boundary between reality and reverie blurred further. In these twilight moments of awareness, I could almost discern the phantom audience, their forms suggested by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent silence, as captivated by the voice as I was. As the night deepened, a profound sense of serenity settled over the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like the tide retreating from the shore. Its diminishing presence left behind an aura of gratitude, as if my mere presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad stories enshrined within these walls. The theater settled into a hushed stillness, groaning and sighing like an old friend preparing for slumber. When I finally rose to depart, the voice had transformed into a mere memory, a faint echo lingering in my mind. Yet the theater felt altered, more vibrant somehow, despite its abandonment. With each step towards the exit, the aged floorboards protested softly underfoot, and I realized that certain places never truly empty themselves. They merely await, holding their narratives close, until someone arrives willing to lend an ear. Even now, months later, I find myself inevitably drawn back to that theater in the transitional hours between dusk and dawn. The voice remains ever present, though sometimes no more than a whisper, a gentle reminder that within every fold of curtain and beneath each layer of dust, stories stand ready to be heard by those who choose to listen. The theater endures as a haven of sorts, where the boundary between yesteryear and the present blurs, and where memories pirouette like dust motes in the moonlit embrace, forever enshrined in the gentle echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 28. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a long-forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Beneath the feeble glow of a solitary streetlight, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to seep from the surrounding shadows. The mingled scents of rain-soaked pavement and damp foliage gave the sound an eerie closeness, hinting at a hidden lament of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a soothing accompaniment to my solitude. Nestling onto the weathered wooden bench, worn smooth by years of patient waiting, I let the whispers of time envelop me. The ancient schedule board, barely readable under layers of neglect, murmured tales of long-forgotten roots. My breath formed delicate clouds in the crisp air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur, growing clearer with each passing moment. Initially, I mistook it for the wind playing through the rusted shelter frame or the distant hum of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, like a conversation just beyond comprehension. Fragments of words and incomplete phrases danced at the edge of understanding, carried by the enigmatic murmur. As the streetlight flickered above, casting fleeting shadows with a strange purpose, I noticed something peculiar about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns etched into the wood with meticulous precision emerged when caught in the right light. Numbers or dates crafted by unknown hands adorned the bench's surface. Tracing these cryptic markings with my fingertips, the murmur seemed to shift its origin. No longer from the shadows, but from the very bench itself, resonating through the wood and into my being. Rather than instilling fear, the sensation was oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby in a foreign tongue. Each number I touched altered the pitch and rhythm of the sound, creating a captivating harmony. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying imperceptibly to the mysterious blend of water and whispers. The air grew warm with an inexplicable coziness, carrying hints of summer blooms and sun-kissed wood, despite the autumn chill. It felt as though the bus stop existed in its own time capsule, where memories and seasons intertwined in a mystical convergence. My watch, frozen at an impossible angle between numbers, should have unsettled me, yet it felt seamlessly woven into this enigmatic experience. The line between reality and dream began to blur, soft as moth wings brushing against my consciousness. The murmur evolved into a structured yet indecipherable symphony, reminiscent of multiple conversations overlapping in a crowded room. Each voice, though unique, seemed to belong to the same entity speaking across different epochs. Closing my eyes, I let the whispers wash over me like gentle waves, evoking visions in my mind. I glimpsed other passengers, invisible imprints of those who had waited here before me, seeping from the very walls. An elderly woman with compassionate eyes holding a letter close to her heart. A young man in an outdated uniform anxiously consulting his watch. A child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns on the fogged glass. Each apparition felt as vivid as my own presence, yet as delicate as morning mist. The streetlight's glow took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The carved numbers on the bench emitted a faint glow, their delicate designs dancing across my skin. Time flowed differently in this realm, like honey cascading from a spoon, slow and sweet. When I opened my eyes, the rain had ceased, though I couldn't pinpoint when. The murmur had softened to a faint hum, lingering like the afterglow of a dream. Though the atmosphere had shifted subtly, I felt transformed, as if I had been initiated into a shared secret of all who had waited here. The mysterious murmur yielded no concrete answers, no explicit message, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something ancient and perpetually new. Departing from the bus stop, I carried a profound yet indefinable sense of having experienced something extraordinary. Though the murmur had faded, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced in their beautiful ambiguity, not deciphered. My reflection in the rain-streaked glass briefly overlapped with ghostly images of past passengers, our features blending in the dim light. As I reached out to touch the cool surface, the murmur rose once more, a fleeting farewell embrace. Walking away, I carried with me an unshakable feeling of having touched the intangible, of having glimpsed the unseen. The murmur may have dissipated, but its essence remained, a whisper of the enigmatic beauty that surrounds us, inviting us to savor the mysteries that enrich our lives. Story 29, in a rare moment of exploration, I found myself inside a crumbling, deserted theater, settling into a seat in the dimly lit auditorium. The silence was thick, wrapping around me like a comforting shroud, broken only by a soft, almost imperceptible laughter drifting through the aisles. It was a sound that seemed to carry the essence of a bygone era, intertwining with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props. The theater, now a mere shell of its former glory, whispered of nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to spectral whispers lingering in the air. My presence in this forgotten space was driven by a desire for inspiration in my writing, drawn by the enigmatic aura that surrounded the building. The heavy wooden doors had groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between past and present. Dust motes danced in slender rays of light filtering through tall windows, casting ethereal patterns that swirled and shifted like ghostly dancers on an unseen stage. The once vibrant red velvet seats, though worn and faded, exuded a lingering elegance that spoke of countless tales woven into their very fabric. Running my hand along the threadbare material, I could almost sense the echoes of past evenings filled with entertainment, romance, and wonder. The air itself held a subtle sweetness beneath its musty exterior, reminiscent of old perfumes and theatrical makeup, like a faint echo of performers long gone but not forgotten. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I caught glimpses of fleeting movements at the edge of vision. The heavy stage curtains would sway gently, as if stirred by a phantom breeze. Soft footsteps traversed the stage, their rhythm matching a forgotten dance, accompanied by the hushed rustle of fabric. In the profound stillness, more sounds emerged, the gentle creak of floorboards as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the soft flutter of pages turning, like a spectral prompter rehearsing lines. These sounds, far from unsettling, wrapped around me like a familiar embrace, weaving a tapestry of memories. Time seemed to lose its grip within these walls, stretching moments into eternity as I sat transfixed, enveloped in the theater's silent symphony. The shifting afternoon light cast elongated shadows over the vacant seats, their forms seemingly morphing into the silhouettes of a captivated audience in elegant attire, poised for a performance. The earlier laughter returned, now accompanied by the muffled applause that resonated through the empty expanse. It was a distant yet intimate sound, like a whisper from another realm, barely audible yet deeply felt. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the haunting melodies of the past. Upon opening them, I glimpsed a fleeting movement, a flicker of a gown vanishing behind a column, catching the light before melting into the shadows. As evening descended, the theater stirred with a newfound vitality. The temperature fluctuated unpredictably, warm patches followed by cool wisps as if invisible spirits brushed past. The dormant stage lights seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow, a spectral remnant of performances long past, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. Drawn to the stage, I ascended the creaking wooden steps, each echo resonating through the empty hall. Standing at center stage, facing the empty sea of seats that felt inexplicably occupied, I sensed a palpable anticipation in the air, akin to an audience holding its collective breath before a theatrical unveiling. From this vantage point, overlooked details emerged, scattered remnants in the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, a weathered script with yellowed pages, arranged as if awaiting their owner's return. The mirror, though dulled by time, occasionally reflected fleeting images, a glimpse of movement, a burst of color, vanishing before my gaze could focus. In a barely audible whisper, I uttered, "Is anyone there?" The words lingered in the darkness, absorbed by the unseen depths beyond the stage. The response unfolded gradually, a symphony of subtle sounds blending together, the whisper of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft cadence of footsteps harmonizing into a spectral crescendo. In that moment of communion, I realized that the theater was not devoid of life, but brimming with echoes of moments, emotions, and experiences interwoven with the very fabric of its being. The laughter that had once seemed distant and ephemeral now resonated with a genuine joy, a celebration of the moments cherished within these walls. The theater had become a vessel of memories, where each performance, each tear shed had left an indelible imprint, creating layers of history that transcended time. As darkness descended, signaling my departure, I felt a gentle tug, a reluctance to leave this sanctuary of echoes. Navigating my way back through the aisles, I encountered a resistance, as if the theater itself sought to detain me a while longer. The exit appeared distant, the path obscured by shifting shadows that seemed to materialize out of the dusk. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance backward, and for an ephemeral instant, the theater bloomed to life, shadows stirring, lights flickering, curtains quivering in anticipation, before reverting to their silent state. Stepping outside, I understood that the theater was not empty, but overflowing with stories, memories, and emotions suspended in a timeless dance. And in the quietude of the night, if one listened attentively, they could discern the whispers of joy that lingered in the shadows, a perpetual performance for the discerning observer. The laughter that had echoed through the theater now lingered within me, a reminder that some places, while seemingly deserted, are in truth repositories of happiness awaiting a listener attuned to their echoes. Story 30. On a moonlit night, deep within the heart of the woods, I chanced upon an ancient campsite, nearly swallowed by the embrace of nature. The towering pines swayed in a soothing rhythm, their needles whispering soft lullabies of forgotten tales. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of cedar and moist earth, carrying a hushed promise of long-buried secrets waiting to be unveiled. As I treaded softly through the carpet of fallen pine needles, the clearing revealed itself to me, a relic of gatherings long past. Weathered logs encircled an aged fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful eye. Their gentle luminescence pulsed like a tranquil heartbeat in the night, a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. At the fringes of the clearing stood the remnants of a time-worn cabin, its once sturdy walls now weathered to a silvery sheen by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through the worn roof, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and waver in the moon's tender embrace. The slightly ajar door swayed with a soft, rhythmic creak in the night breeze, harmonizing with the gentle whispers of the pines that surrounded the clearing. Inside the cabin, time had etched its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's beams, while the wooden floor creaked beneath my cautious steps, as if recounting ancient tales of yore. A stone fireplace loomed against one wall, its chimney standing sentinel to the night sky. In its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. On a weathered table by the window, a weathered journal lay, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously intact. The warm touch of the leather cover belied the cool night air as I gingerly opened it, the aged spine whispering secrets of bygone eras. The elegant script within recounted tales of strange lights flickering among the trees and melodies carried by elusive winds, fading from memory upon hearing. Each twilight, as the journal chronicled, the pines would engage in whispered conversations, speaking of travelers passing through, of shifts in the forest, and of entities flitting through the spaces between shadows. The author described how the mushrooms in the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow on certain nights, their light synchronized with distant, elusive melodies hovering just beyond reach. As I delved deeper into the journal's enigmatic passages, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to conceal untold mysteries. The whispers of the pines crescendoed into a symphony of secrets just beyond comprehension. I swayed involuntarily, as if swayed by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with the hidden cadence of the night. The journal alluded to a peculiar occurrence. On nights of the fullest moon, like the present, the old fire pit would mirror the heavens above, transforming into a liquid pool of shadows despite its dry surface. Intrigued by this revelation, I stepped outside once more, the journal clutched reverently in my grasp. The clearing appeared altered, though the changes eluded my perception. The circular logs seemed to form cryptic patterns, while the mushroom's glow intensified imperceptibly. Drawing closer to the fire pit, I beheld the journal's claim come to life. The ashes shimmered with a liquid sheen, reflecting the celestial bodies with uncanny precision. Yet amidst the mirrored constellations, a phenomenon unfurled before my eyes. Lights danced with ethereal grace, their movements synchronized to a melody heard solely by the nocturnal denizens. Entranced, I lingered, straining to decipher the ancient conversations of the pines, to grasp the elusive truths concealed within their murmurs. Seating myself upon a weathered log, the journal open upon my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Time ebbed and flowed around me, blurring the line between observer and observed. Were the lights in the fire pit spectators to my presence, or were they an enigmatic audience to my own existence? Did the pines divulge their secrets willingly, or was I merely an unwitting eavesdropper to their eternal dialogue? As the first tendrils of dawn unfurled, veiling the tree trunks in a diaphanous mist akin to flowing silk, I penned a final entry in the journal. The mushroom's glow waned imperceptibly, the whispers of the night transitioning into the ordinary sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit's mirror surface relinquished its celestial reflections, returning to mundane ashes. Placing the journal reverently upon its table within the cabin, I acknowledged the impossibility of fully comprehending the mysteries I had encountered. The pines resumed their murmured conversations, now veering towards the mundane wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in the quiet depths of night, when I closed my eyes, I still perceived the rhythmic pulse of that otherworldly evening, the gentle allure of enigma's content to linger at the edge of understanding, forever half revealed and never wholly grasped. Story 31. High above the vibrant city below, I stumbled upon a hidden rooftop oasis nestled atop an abandoned building. Amidst the soft glow of secret lanterns, a mesmerizing garden unfolded before me, teeming with lush plants and blooming flowers exuding an unearthly radiance. The mingling fragrances of fresh blooms and urban rain created a sense of awe, as if this garden served as a concealed refuge where the chaos of the city intertwined with a gentle enchantment. It was on a tranquil autumn evening when I first glimpsed the ethereal light from my apartment window. The sky had darkened to a velvety hue, carrying the crisp scent of autumn leaves in its breeze. The gentle pulsing glow, akin to a tranquil breath, captivated me, beckoning me with its enigmatic allure. Night after night, I found myself drawn to observe the garden from afar, entranced by its soft luminescence that seemed to dance amongst the shadows. After weeks of quiet observation, I unearthed a hidden stairwell that led me to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door opened soundlessly, revealing a realm suspended between reality and dreams. Mist curled around my feet as I ventured onto the weathered wooden planks of the garden path. Each step released the faint aroma of rain-soaked cedar, evoking a sense of nostalgia and mystery. The garden itself defied conventional explanation. Flowers of unknown varieties swayed gently in an unfelt breeze, their petals emitting a subtle glow that painted the air in delicate pastels. Elaborate lanterns hung from ancient iron posts, emitting a light that was neither electric nor flame, but rather reminiscent of starlight captured in dew at dawn. Delving deeper into this enchanting space, I began to notice peculiar phenomena. The plants seemed to respond to my presence, their leaves subtly turning to follow my movements. The air grew heavy with the sweet perfume of nocturnal blooms, yet when I focused on a single flower, it eluded my gaze, shifting and morphing as if concealing its true form. Beside a small pond reflecting the mystical lights, I observed shapes moving within its depths, not fish, but patterns of light that ebbed and flowed like fleeting thoughts at the edge of consciousness. The water held a warmth that belied the cool evening air, while ethereal bubbles of light rose to the surface before dissolving into the mist. Time warped within the garden's confines. Minutes stretched into hours, yet hours slipped away like fleeting instants. Night after night I returned, drawn by a comforting presence that enveloped me like a soft embrace. Sometimes I brought a book or journal, though I often found myself simply surrendering to the tranquil atmosphere, allowing it to lull me into a peaceful reverie. One evening I stumbled upon a weathered stone bench obscured by shimmering vines. As I sat, I noticed intricate symbols etched into its surface, worn by time yet still faintly discernible. These symbols seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, hinting at untold stories that tantalized my understanding. The most enigmatic aspect of the garden was its music, a faint melody that lingered at the edge of perception, like a whispered symphony echoing through the night. Sometimes it emanated from the flowers themselves, while at other times it seemed to drift from the spaces between the stars overhead. Its soothing tones defied description, akin to capturing the essence of wind or the touch of moonlight. During my visits, I chanced upon curious objects left behind by unseen visitors. A softly glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a parchment adorned with shifting scripts that changed languages when I glanced away. These remnants hinted at the presence of others who shared knowledge of the garden, yet I traversed its ethereal expanse alone. As the seasons cycled, the garden underwent inexplicable transformations, defying the natural order. Flowers blossomed in hues unseen during winter nights, and autumnal leaves swirled in springtime breezes. The perpetual mist and gentle glow that initially captivated me remained unchanged, a constant in a realm of shifting mysteries. I continue to frequent the garden, relinquishing my quest for understanding in favor of embracing its enigmatic allure. Some mysteries I've come to realize are best left uncharted, allowing wonder to flourish in their wake. The rooftop sanctuary has become my refuge, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur, time flows like honey, and the clamor of the world below fades into insignificance. Amidst the luminescent blooms, I occasionally catch glimpses of other gardens reflected in the lantern's akin spaces existing on the threshold of familiarity and enigma. I've come to believe that this rooftop sanctuary is but one of many hidden havens scattered across the world, awaiting discovery by those in need. The gentle pulse of light against the night sky continues to beckon, a rhythmic call that once drew me in. While the true source of the garden's magic eludes me, I've found solace in experiencing its mysteries rather than deciphering them, embracing the questions that linger, finding peace in their unanswered whispers. Story 32. On a strangely cool night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the outskirts of a sleepy town. Within the realm of corroded rails and silent, deteriorating locomotives, a solitary light flickered sporadically atop an ancient signal tower. The scent of metal rust mixing with the musty essence of moist concrete filled the air, while that faltering glow pulsed like a rhythmic heartbeat in the obscurity, suggesting hidden tales of interrupted voyages from days long past. The gravel whispered softly beneath my steps as I traversed the yard, accompanied by the gentle susurration of wind weaving through hollow train carriages. A peculiar tranquility hung in the air, the kind that settles in locations forsaken by the hands of time. Moths pirouetted around the scant operational streetlights, casting ethereal shadows that danced across weathered metal surfaces. My gaze fixated on that lone blinking light in the tower, its cadence neither constant nor erratic, yet purposeful in its essence. The pattern evoked a distant familiarity, reminiscent of an elusive memory or a partially forgotten reverie. Drawing nearer, I observed the surrounding windows of the tower cloaked in darkness, enhancing the significance of that solitary illumination. The slightly ajar door emitted a mournful, low hum as a gust of wind nudged it open. Stepping inside, the atmosphere shifted dense, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled the hairs on my arms. Each creak of the wooden stairs released the faint aroma of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the uppermost level, I uncovered an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper components tarnished by neglect over the years. However, my focus honed in on the enigmatic light source, an archaic signal lamp inexplicably aglow, maintaining its hypnotic pulsation. As I observed, a remarkable realization dawned upon me. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if in response to my presence. A subtle shift permeated the room, fostering an inexplicable bond with this forgotten realm. Whispers of bygone conversations, echoes of train whistles, and spectral echoes of travelers traversing this yard in eras long past permeated the cool air. Nestling into an old operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The pulsating blink appeared to narrate a tale one of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the darkness, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the weathered edges of the control panel, sensing the lingering warmth of hands that toiled here decades ago. Time dissolved as I lingered, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the nocturnal symphony of sounds. The distant owl's hoot melded with the wind's whisper through fractured panes, crafting a lullaby of solitude. I discerned a shift in the light's pattern, evolving into a more intricate, coded sequence. In that moment, a realization washed over me, sending a subtle shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not with menace, but with the patient curiosity of something age-old and cognizant. The glow of the signal lamp extended, casting warm tendrils of light that etched tales on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, detailing the passage of trains, each entry more captivating than the last. The final notation, dated decades prior, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message eluding my comprehension, yet resonating deeply within. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steadfast pulsation behind me. I harbored the certainty of my return, beckoned by the enigma of that solitary beacon in the shadows. On tranquil evenings, I often find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere within that forsaken yard, it continues to blink its age-old missive into the night. The tale of the flickering light lingers unfinished in my mind, akin to a half-recalled dream. Perhaps therein lies its essence. Certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered, their allure residing not in resolution, but in the enigmatic queries they leave lingering in our musings, delicate as moth wings against a window pane. Story 33. On a moonlit journey homeward bound, the sparsely populated subway car felt strangely burdensome. Nestled in the distant corner, a solitary figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train whisked through dim tunnels. The air hung heavy with the mingled sense of perspiration and stagnant air, and an eerie sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. But this night was different. My focus kept gravitating back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The fluorescent lights overhead sporadically flickered, casting peculiar shadows that danced along the weathered metal walls. I couldn't shake a sense of peculiarity about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette seemed slightly blurred, as if glimpsed through a rain-splattered window. Whenever I blinked or shifted my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough that I might have attributed it to my weary eyes, had it not been for the unfolding events. The stranger extended their hand in what seemed like a gesture of greeting, yet the motion left trailing wisps in the air, akin to the way sparklers etch luminous trails in the night sky. Each movement created ripples in the space surrounding them, distorting the advertisements on the walls behind. A chill crept into the air within the car, causing goosebumps to prickle on my skin. Time seemed to stretch and contract, breathing in sync with each passing moment. The intervals between stations stretched longer, the darkness outside the windows growing deeper and more profound. The usual ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a velvety silence, leaving only the rhythmic heartbeat of wheels on tracks. I found myself fixating on their attire, a blend of modernity and antiquity. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century ago, shoes that seemed to morph between styles when I averted my gaze. Their countenance remained veiled in shadow despite the harsh lighting above, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, though the sound eluded my ears. Instead, I felt the melody reverberating within my chest, a haunting tune reminiscent of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted their pull, ensnared between comfort and disquietude. Subtle transformations began to imbue the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when glanced at askance. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normalcy upon closer inspection. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: verdant gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose slowly, their movements fluid like water in zero gravity. Advancing towards me, I noted their feet barely brushed the floor. The atmosphere around them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rippling from sun-soaked pavement. Their presence exuded a sense of agelessness and infinite patience, filling the car with a profound tranquility. Seated across from me, I caught a fleeting glimpse of their visage, kind and time-worn, familiar yet impossible to fully grasp. When they spoke, their voice whispered like wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained motionless. It's rare to encounter one still awake in this hour of reality. I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad questions swirling in my mind, yet I found myself enveloped in a profound serenity. The gentle sway of the train became a cradle, the darkness beyond the windows a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer bore a hint of menace, but rather the warmth of reuniting with an old acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. As I reopened my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their usual harshness, and the advertisements showcased their customary wares. The air had resumed its normal temperature, and the symphony of subway sounds resumed its familiar cadence. Yet something had shifted. In the window's reflection, I discerned a subtle iridescence adorning my attire, the akin to dewdrops glistening in a spider's web. And within my pocket I discovered a ticket stub I had no recollection of obtaining, inscribed with characters from an unfamiliar alphabet that I inexplicably comprehended. Henceforth, whenever I journey late at night on the subway, I observe my fellow passengers with heightened awareness. Sometimes, in the perfect light, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and trailing remnants. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum that resonates not in my ears, but in my very core, a reminder that reality flows far more fluidly than we conceive, especially within those twilight realms betwixt here and there, between wakefulness and dreams. Story 34, deep within the dim recesses of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering shelves laden with forgotten manuscripts. The gentle radiance seeping through a weathered window unveiled dusty tomes and relics that murmured tales of ancient wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound volumes and aged parchment permeated the air, enveloping me in a sense of unearthing a clandestine haven of knowledge reserved for the most inquisitive of spirits. As the guardian of the library by night, I had grown accustomed to the tranquil nocturnal cadence of the building, the faint creaking of wooden shelves settling, the rustle of wind through age-old ventilation shafts, and the distant echo of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this alcove felt distinct, as though it existed within its own realm of time, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered facade. Drawn to this space during my nightly patrols, I observed how the moonlight wove ever-changing patterns through the intricate leaded window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the ancient wooden floor, evoking echoes of forgotten languages. At times, when the night held its breath in utter stillness, I fancied I caught the faintest whisper of pages turning, though I always found myself alone in this secluded enclave. One night, while perusing the volumes lining the walls of my sanctuary, I discerned an intriguing aspect in their arrangement. The well-worn leather spines, smoothed by centuries of touch, seemed to align in a deliberate pattern when viewed from certain angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and meticulous positioning hinted at a purpose beyond mere chance. I devoted more time to studying these books, meticulously documenting their placements and the interplay of moonlight upon them throughout the night. My flashlight's beam would illuminate gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar tongues. The air within the alcove grew laden with each passing night, pregnant with the weight of untold narratives. During my exploration, I chanced upon a peculiar tome that exuded a warmth as if recently cradled by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet under the glow of my flashlight at the stroke of midnight, faint traces of writing materialized, morphing and vanishing before my eyes. The elusive words tantalized, slipping away like fragments of a fading dream upon waking. The toll of the grand clock marked the hours as I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I noticed subtle shifts, books subtly changing positions between my visits, the window framing improbable vistas of the night sky, and the uncanny sensation of a presence lingering at my shoulder. My fellow guards remarked on the changes in me, my growing familiarity with the library's history, comprehension of ancient languages unlearned, and dreams inundated with visions of boundless halls of wisdom transcending physical constraints. The most extraordinary revelation dawned on a winter night shrouded by a full moon and crystalline air. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling to reveal a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians purportedly adept in preserving knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space itself. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove repositories where the boundaries between reader and text, past and present, blurred into one. Realization washed over me as I understood that I had become a part of something far greater than my individual self. The alcove had selected me as it had chosen others before, beckoning me into a legacy spanning epochs. The whispers I heard were not mere echoes of an ancient edifice, but the murmurs of countless readers who had occupied this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom sheltered within these hallowed walls. Now, as I pen this account in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true nature of this place may forever elude my grasp. The alcove remains an enigma, its mysteries unfurling in their own time, akin to words materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet solace envelops me in the knowledge that within the depths of this age-old library, a realm exists where reality blurs, knowledge flows, and the act of reading transcends the confines of time and space. I persist in my nocturnal vigil, safeguarding both the library and its concealed marvels. The alcove bides its time in quiet anticipation, awaiting the next intrepid soul destined to chance upon its threshold. And on occasion, when the moon ascends to its zenith and the silence deepens, I swear I discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, united by the eternal enchantment of words and the enigmas they enshroud. Story 35. On a tranquil evening disrupted by a sudden downpour, I sought refuge beneath an awning, the raindrops creating a symphony on the pavement. Amidst the storm's chaos, a gentle, urgent whisper reached my ears, carrying a promise of hidden secrets. The air was cool and damp, filled with the earthy scent of rain and distant thunder, setting a mysterious tone. Entranced by the rhythmic drumming of raindrops on the canvas above me, I heard the whisper again, closer this time, as though a voice lingered just behind me. Turning, I found emptiness in the encroaching darkness of dusk, with street lamps flickering to life, casting a soft glow in the misty air. The voice beckoned me towards a narrow alley between weathered brick buildings, its call neither threatening nor forceful, but rather reminiscent of my grandmother's soothing bedtime tales. Normally I would have disregarded such a mysterious urge, yet there was an inexplicable allure to this particular evening. The whisper, like a gentle hand guiding me, led me into the alley as the rain softened to a delicate mist. The warmth emanating from the brick walls, despite the evening's chill, felt comforting, as if they held ancient stories within their very structure. My footsteps echoed softly in the shallow puddles, creating mesmerizing ripples that danced with the light above. The alley opened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from prying eyes by the surrounding buildings. In the center stood an ancient fountain, its weathered stone exuding a sense of timeless wisdom. Water trickled from its spout, harmonizing with the rain to form a melodic symphony. The whisper seemed to resonate from the very core of the fountain, growing stronger with each step I took. Clusters of small blue flowers adorned its base, their petals radiating a mystical light that pulsed in harmony with the falling water, a sight both enchanting and perplexing. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt a strange familiarity wash over me. Faint markings adorned the stone, shifting and morphing beneath my touch, resembling elusive words written in water. The whisper evolved into coherent phrases, speaking of memories, promises, and the cyclical nature of time, much like the spiraling water within the fountain. It narrated tales of past visitors drawn to this hidden sanctuary by the same gentle summons on rainy nights. In the fountain's reflective pool, images materialized that defied logic. Glimpses of bygone eras, alternate lives, and fleeting moments intertwined with my own, fading like wisps of smoke upon each ripple. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting ethereal shadows that danced along the courtyard walls. Time seemed to bend and stretch in this sacred space, flowing like molasses, serene and unhurried. The whispers enveloped me like a comforting embrace, reminiscent of a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. As I rose to depart, a single blue flower detached itself from the cluster, drifting into my outstretched palm. Its once radiant glow had dimmed to blend with the natural world, yet retained its innate beauty. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their presence lingered like a fond memory. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, leaving behind a heavy, moist atmosphere. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the wet pavement, signaling a return to ordinary life. However, I knew deep within that I had been forever altered by the enigmatic allure of that hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings since, a faint echo of those whispers carried on the breeze, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. The blue flower now rests on my windowsill, appearing unremarkable to casual observers. Yet in the quiet of night, it pulses with a soft light, a silent testament to the promises whispered in the rain and the mysteries waiting to be unveiled by those attuned to the subtle whispers in the storm. Story 36. In the quiet solitude of a sun-drenched afternoon, while tending to the lush greenery of my garden, a curious twist of fate led me to uncover a hidden secret nestled within the old shed. As I went about my usual tasks, my attention was drawn to a loose floorboard, its edges worn with time and neglect. With a sense of intrigue guiding my actions, I knelt down and lifted the board, revealing a passage to a forgotten chamber below. The air that wafted up from the darkness below carried with it a musty aroma of earth and antiquity, wrapping me in a cocoon of ancient whispers and untold tales. Every object within that hidden room seemed to hold its own story, a silent witness to eras long past, beckoning me to unravel the mysteries that lay dormant for so long. The soft, warm sunlight filtering through the shed's grimy window danced lazily across the weathered gardening tools and terracotta pots, casting gentle shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. It was as if time had stood still in that moment of discovery, the world outside fading away as I delved deeper into the enigmatic chamber beckoning me below. Descending the narrow staircase that unfurled before me, each step taken seemed to carry me further away from the familiar world above. The temperature dropped with each descent, the faint echo of dripping water reverberating through the stone walls like a melancholic melody of forgotten echoes. My flashlight illuminated the cavernous space, revealing shelves adorned with relics of a bygone era. Delicate porcelain dolls with knowing eyes gazed back at me, their once vibrant dresses now faded to soft hues of yesteryears. Leather-bound journals penned with elegant script spoke of lives lived in a time long past, their words like fragments of a distant memory. Among the treasures that lined the shelves, a peculiar music box captured my attention. Its intricate design depicted a garden scene that bore a striking resemblance to the one above, and as I lifted the lid, a gentle breeze scented with the fragrance of spring flowers caressed my senses, a surreal experience that defied logic yet felt undeniably real. As I wandered through the chamber, I stumbled upon photographs of unfamiliar faces in familiar settings, each frozen in a moment of quiet revelation. Their expressions mirrored my own sense of wonder and awe, as if they too had been drawn into the embrace of this hidden sanctuary beneath the earth. The journals I unearthed held secrets of their own, detailing botanical wonders and celestial mysteries that defied rational explanation. Drawings of exotic plants and celestial maps adorned their pages, hinting at a world beyond my own understanding, a realm where the laws of nature danced to a different tune. Time seemed to warp and twist within the confines of that underground chamber, hours slipping by like fleeting moments as I lost myself in the quiet contemplation of forgotten treasures. The room itself seemed to breathe, its walls pulsing with a life of their own, a subtle energy that hummed in harmony with the universe. Upon a weathered desk tucked away in a corner, I discovered a key of intricate design, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Despite my efforts to unlock its secrets, the key remained an enigma, a tantalizing reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved, their magic preserved in the veil of uncertainty. Emerging from the depths of the hidden chamber, I found the world above bathed in the same golden light that had beckoned me below. Time had played its tricks, distorting reality and weaving a tapestry of wonder that now colored my perception of the world around me. As twilight descended upon the garden, I sat in quiet contemplation, the mysteries of the hidden room swirling in my mind like wisps of smoke. The flowers nodded in silent understanding, their petals whispering secrets carried on the evening breeze, a symphony of nature's eternal song. The secret chamber beneath the garden shed had become my sanctuary, a place where time flowed like a languid river, inviting me to explore its depths and uncover its truths. The mysteries I had unearthed had woven themselves into the fabric of my daily life, a gentle reminder that wonder lurks beneath the surface of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those willing to peer beyond the veil. And so I continue to tend to my garden with renewed purpose, my heart open to the whispers of the past that echo through the flowers and trees. The secret room remains my silent companion, a testament to the boundless mysteries that lie just beneath the surface of our everyday lives, waiting to be revealed to those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Story 37. In a forgotten workshop, a broken clock with exposed gears and a face trapped in time caught my attention. The air inside was cool and musty, carrying whispers of oil and rust, weaving a tale of stolen moments and memories suspended between ticks. The workshop beckoned me on a tranquil autumn evening, its weathered door slightly open, inviting me to explore its hidden depths. Moonlight filtered through dusty windows, painting long shadows on workbenches polished by years of skilled hands. The wooden floor creaked softly under my steps, releasing hints of aged pine and lost artistry with each footfall. Timepieces of all kinds adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing stoically, pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their gleaming cases dulled by the passage of time. Yet amidst this array, one particular mantel clock captivated me with its intricate brass face and cracked crystal resembling a spider's web. Settling into a weathered chair, I observed a curious anomaly about the broken timepiece. Despite its disconnected power, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly moving backward before returning to stillness. The subtle motion drew me in, and as I peered closer, I noticed the delicate beauty of the inner mechanism. The tarnished brass gears shimmered faintly, some etched with mysterious symbols unknown to my seasoned eye. A gentle breeze swept through the workshop, carrying a distant melody of wind chimes that morphed into the soft chiming of clock bells. The atmosphere grew charged with an electric energy, causing a tingling sensation along my skin. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the clock's warm metal face, and a wave of unfamiliar memories washed over me, blending with my own reality. Visions of the workshop's golden age materialized. sunlight flooding through clean windows, the harmonious symphony of clocks, and an aged craftsman meticulously working on the same timepiece. The enigmatic symbols on the gears shifted and danced before me, hinting at untold possibilities and diverging paths of time. Reality wavered, and the workshop seemed to sway gently, casting elongated shadows and revealing ghostly figures moving through overlapping dimensions. My fingers remained connected to the clock, transfixed by a serene fascination rather than fear. The warmth spread through me, imparting a profound understanding beyond words. The broken clock was no ordinary artifact, but a portal into the essence of time itself, crafted by a master of esoteric knowledge. As night descended, a faint ticking resonated from the clock, though its mechanisms lay dormant. The ethereal figures grew more tangible with each tick, including the spectral presence of the old craftsman, his gaze meeting mine across temporal boundaries. A metallic scent permeated the air, and the workshop's temperature fluctuated in gentle undulations. Time lost its grip on me as moments expanded and contracted, blurring the lines between past, present, and future like wisps of fog. When I withdrew my hand, the workshop returned to its silent slumber, yet an ineffable transformation had occurred. The broken clock sat innocently, its pulse reverberating with untold potential, waiting for another soul to unlock its mysteries. I visit the workshop frequently now, its whereabouts a mystery even to myself. I spend hours in contemplation, watching light dance upon the fractured timepiece. Sometimes, in the quietude of the perfect moment, I touch its face and drift into a realm where time dissolves, and infinite possibilities unfurl like a tapestry of dreams. I never attempted to mend the shattered clock, realizing that some things are more enchanting in their fractured state, allowing magic to seep through the crevices into our world. And in the hushed hours of night, enveloped by moonlight and memories, I swear I hear it ticking the rhythm of moments untold, forever existing in the realm where reality and imagination intertwine. Story 38. Venturing into a mansion abandoned for decades, I encountered a profound silence that seemed to possess a life of its own. In the grand foyer, adorned with portraits obscured by layers of dust and drapes worn by time, the quietness resonated with echoes of bygone days. Each groan of the decaying floorboards and every murmur of the wind slipping through shattered windows whispered of untold tales locked away, beckoning me to listen. The fading light of the late afternoon filtered through aged curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across faded wallpaper. My footsteps, hushed, resonated softly as I delved further into the dwelling, the air stirring with each step, carrying motes of dust that settled gently around me. The fragrance of ancient wood and forgotten yesteryears enveloped me with each breath, while the distant rustling of branches against the panes created a subtle cadence in the stillness. My curiosity led me to a grand staircase, its once gleaming banister now dulled by the passage of time. As I ascended, my hand trailing along the polished wood, an oddity caught my eye. The dust beneath my fingertips seemed to vanish, leaving behind pristine patches that gleamed as if freshly polished. The wood, despite the pervasive chill of the mansion, felt strangely warm to the touch. The second floor unveiled a lengthy corridor flanked by closed doors. Here the silence shifted, thick and pregnant, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I discerned a subtle change in temperature as I passed each door. Some areas exuded a gentle warmth, while others cradled pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. One door stood ajar, offering a glimpse into an antiquated study bathed in the amber hues of the setting sun. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their spines faded yet hinting at the wisdom they held. A substantial wooden desk took center stage, its surface coated with a thin layer of dust save for one pristine circle, a stark contrast, as if an object had recently been moved. Approaching the desk, the floorboard sighed beneath my weight. The chair behind it sat askew as though vacated mere moments earlier. Within the dust-free circle on the desk, I discerned a faint impression of writing, visible only when caught in the right light. We never truly leave. As the sun descended, casting elongated shadows across the study floor, I detected subtle shifts in the room's ambience. The air seemed to sway in gentle currents, though no windows stood open. Books would occasionally emit soft, settling sounds, their pages rustling as if caressed by unseen hands. Seating myself in the chair, I traced the intricate wood grain of the desk with my fingertips. The room had settled into a pleasant warmth, a stark contrast to the chilly dampness pervading the rest of the manor. Patterns emerged in the ambient sounds: the creak of timbers, the distant whisper of the wind, the subtle rearrangement of objects as though they wove a language just beyond my grasp. Time lost its solidity within that space. Minutes or hours might have slipped away as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness beyond the windows bore no menace. Instead, it enfolded the study like a familiar shroud, rendering the space more intimate. The dust motes dancing in the waning light formed shifting patterns that at times resembled writing, at times faces, always eluding my focus. As night descended in full, a marvel unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. The glow pulsed leisurely, akin to a breath, causing the room's temperature to fluctuate ever so slightly with each beat. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the darkness. Compelled by an unknown force, I extended my hand to rest within that luminous circle, and a profound serenity washed over me. The mansion's silence metamorphosed into a melodic symphony of subtle sounds, always present yet only now truly discernible. Each creak and whisper bore significance, narrating tales of those who had graced this very spot before me. Upon rising to depart, I noticed my watch had halted at some indeterminate point during my vigil. The darkness of the house now felt akin to a presence, rather than a mere absence of light. As I retraced my steps through the corridor and descended the stairs, I realized the mansion's silence had never been void. It brimmed with patient narratives, awaiting a keen listener. The thought of revisiting that mansion often lingers, to recline once more in that study as the night descends. Occasionally, in the hushed moments of my own abode, I catch faint echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle fragments of all souls that have traversed, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for someone to acknowledge their residual warmth.